The time is now. The time is here. This is DraftaMania. Landry Locker, Cody Stoots with you. We will be with you throughout the entire duration of the draft, reacting with you, talking with you today, tomorrow, and then Saturday. We're going to have the party at Karbach, Biergarten, Pizza and Pints. So ride along with us as many of you do. Subscribe to my channel, subscribe to Cody's channel, and we'll give you the best localized point of view and pulse of the Texans that no one else can. Cody, we started out the day with a trade. The Texans made a trade. Now they have 2 extra day 3 picks. They trade 2 5th-rounders, one of them in a few years, one this year, and they get 2 6ths and a 7th in return. A lot of people trying to make sense, trying to connect dots. Maybe has nothing to do with anything, but what did you make of Nick Caserio and the Texans starting the day off with a trade?
So they added to their overall value of their total picks, which was intriguing because when you think about a pick in 2027, you downgrade that by 2 rounds in value. So in current draft value, they only traded a 7th round pick in theory. So they added to their overall value. So they have more valuable picks and are a more valuable total amount of picks, which allows them to trade up. It also created a 90 pick gap between their pick in the 3rd round at 89 and their first pick in the 6th round. So I have to imagine at some point Nick Caserio is going to try to get into that 80-point gap.
I feel like I'm in a math class.
What's hard to understand about that? You need me to draw it on a board for you?
Yes, please.
You pick at 89, then you pick at 179. There's 80 picks. Let me finish my point here. What I'm saying is a trade back actually works out great because you could grab a couple of 4th or 5th round picks in a trade back, and you could use those picks in that 80 pick gap. So there's that.
So do you connect it to anything outside of the value? Do you connect, do you think there's some sort of mysterious thing? Because the other reports that we're getting now is, and this is per multiple reports, the one that we value the most from a national standpoint is Diana Rossini, because she just beats everyone when it comes to news. Do we put any stock in the reports, or I guess, do we connect the reports that they're being active with that, or is that just kind of a completely separate thing?
Diana Rossini says they're trying to trade up. I believe they're trying to trade up. So now creating the value so that you can trade up is a lot different than actually making the trade. You've got to have the player that you want be available. They added a little bit of value. So with a little bit of value, it makes it easier to go from, let's just play with the numbers here, 25 to 13. They didn't add the value to go to 10. They didn't add the value to go to the top 10. So they get a little bit better from an overall value if they want to do the moving up. And if she says they're trying to move up, then, they're calling and making sure that they know what the price is to move up in case their guy is there. I still believe that guy is Kelvin Banks Jr., and I still believe he's not going to get anywhere close to where they would want to move up to.
Yeah, Kelvin Banks Jr. is, right now, he's the betting favorite. I think I saw him at plus 110 the last I looked, at number 6 overall. There's been a lot of chatter about the Jags at 5. Could the Jags trade up to 2, which would lead you to believe they're going to take Travis Hunter?
Yep.
Could they stay put? There's been talk about Genty. And then there's even been talk about the Jags kind of trading back. So the Jags are really, I don't want to say that's where the draft gets interesting, because I think number 2 in this draft is really it. We don't know what the hell is going to happen there. But I think that from a localized point of view, the biggest impact on the team that we cover, number 5 is beyond interesting. Now, let me ask you this, though. What would be the best case scenario for the Texans, in your opinion, and what would be the worst case scenario for the Texans with the Jags sitting at 5?
I'd like for them to, the worst case scenario for the Jags, which benefits the Texans, would be Jacksonville trading back to 10 and drafting Tetaroa McMillan. That'd be the worst thing for the Jags. That'd be the best thing for the Texans. To me, the best thing for Jacksonville is stay put and pick Ashton Genty. I understand why they would want to entertain a move back. They've already got a lot of value with the picks that they currently have. Now, do they need some things that are not there really at the top of the draft, sure. But Ashton Genty would give them, I feel like, a pretty comfortable base layer for how they operate their offense. I don't believe they have a consistent rushing attack right now. Not with the questions they have on the offensive line and the running backs they do have. Genty could do that. He could give them a consistent rushing attack, which should make things more stable and easier to operate for Trevor Lawrence. So they stay at 5. They pick Genty. That's, to me, the worst case scenario for them.
Now, coming up in 15 minutes, and shout out to everyone on the stream, just how this is going to work. We're going to do this like we're doing an actual show. This is going to be a professional broadcast with the loose jackassery that comes with it. But we are going to react based on the TV. If you want to spoil. We're not going to cuss at you, but our reaction is going to be based on the TV, and our dialogue is going to be based on the chat, not like any spoilers on Twitter. If reports happen, we'll give it to you, but this is the place that you can come if you want to avoid spoilers. And we will react live with you. So we got you covered. But in 15 minutes, there's a lot of uncertainty with the Jags. We're going to go live to Jacksonville, outside the war room. I always make fun of Jeremy Fowler because Jeremy Fowler has reports that are basically like, my favorite report from Jeremy Fowler was the Carolina Panthers are going to draft Bryce Young, or they could draft CJ Stroud. And if they don't draft Stroud, they could draft Anthony Richardson, or they could consider Will Levis. I figured out he has a brother named Laramie Fowler, and apparently Laramie Fowler, I don't know his style. I just knew that he came very, very cheap. So we're going to actually be going to the Jags war room coming up in 15 minutes. And maybe this will make some sense of what the hell's going on with this Jacksonville situation.
I'm excited to add that new member to our team. It should be intriguing to see what he has to say and if he understands how the situation actually is looking in Jacksonville.
I just couldn't turn down the possibility of having someone live. I know they kind of had to dig into the budget a little bit, but we'll see what happens with Laramie Fowler. So
yeah, we'll see what he can bring to the table. Hopefully he can live up to his brother's big name.
Big time. Trill Kick X says, let's effing go. We here like the video. Good advice, man. Good advice. And shout out to Trill. Also, Swarm in the Soup. You ain't never hate. Swarm. Jamie P says, thanks for keeping us entertained. Excited for the draft. As are we.
Yep.
And we wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Texas Speed 3. Thanks for all the coverage leading up to the draft, fellas. Hope this draft goes well. It's going to go well no matter what. We're going to sleep at night. We're going to be partying with you at Karbach at 11 a.m. in the Biergarten. We're all in it together, so I'm not going to lose any sleep at all. Jonathan Clark, shout out to you, mi amigo.
Well, I mean, I can't guarantee the draft's going to go well, but we're going to have fun bitching about it if it doesn't on Saturday.
It's always going well, you know. And sometimes when you think it's not well, it actually is well. So it just kind of. Well,
that's not the world I live in. I'm glad it's sunshine and rainbows over there.
It's not sunshine and rainbows. It's just, it's fun. It's reaction. The reaction to what goes down. The process. Trust the process.
Yeah.
Of the draft.
How'd that work for the 76ers? How many championships they win?
I feel like it worked okay. Now there were some.
They put a ring on the finger or what?
They didn't put a ring on the finger, but it was.
Okay. They gonna make a movie about that, like Moneyball?
It was.
I'm here to watch a team win a Super Bowl. Like that's what I want to cover. The Texans do. I'm not here. I'm like C.J. Gardner-Johnson. I'm not here to cover AFC South championships. I'm not here to cover division games in the playoffs. I'm here to cover a Super Bowl squad. So be a Super Bowl squad.
Logan Taylor on the super chat says, "Do you think we traded and got enough to get Banks?" No, I don't. I do not believe that, and I do not believe that Banks. I do not believe that Banks is gettable at this point.
Let's be clear: if they wanted to do something really stupid, they could get Kelvin Banks, but they're not that dumb.
I don't know, man.
Oh, you dip into 3 picks in the first 2 rounds next year, you can go get Kelvin Banks.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
That would be ill-advised.
So basically, if you wanted to do like the Julio Jones trade or something.
Correct. If you wanted to Julio for Kelvin Banks Jr., go for it. That's a bad idea. We're not covering a Super Bowl anytime soon.
Yeah, and speaking of that, here on S&L DraftaMania, Landry Locker, Cody Stoots with you. We're about 10 minutes away from sending it to Jacksonville and hearing from Jeremy Fowler's brother, Laramie Fowler, outside the Jags war room. And we are 18 minutes away from the draft. Spoiler alert, you can see the ticker below. Cam Ward's pick 1. So we've already put that in. Okay, Cam Ward is pick 1. We already know that. Our eyes are on number 2. And we'll figure out what the hell happens there. But let's talk about the top 5 day one storylines to keep an eye on when it comes to the Houston Texans here on S&L DraftaMania. So number 1, and we've already seen a little bit of this on like a low level, and we've heard a lot of speculation at a high level. Caserio movement. What will Nick Caserio do? Will he move? I know you brought up the stat that he's the most active guy since he's been general manager. Is Caserio going to move? Is he going to move up? I'm actually watching the possibility of moving back. I'm actually watching the possibility of moving back, especially with Banks gone. I don't doubt that they've been active, but who are they being active for would be the question. Maybe it's a wide receiver, but any of these offensive linemen trading up, it seems a little bit rich unless you're talking about a tackle.
And yeah, it's wide receivers or Kelvin Banks is really the only trade up scenario that I'm interested in listening to. It's worth noting when we talked about Diana Rossini reporting that the Texans were trying to move up, she also reported that the Giants were trying to move up from their second round selection into the first round. That would be in a pursuit of a quarterback. So the Texans, if they were motivated to trade back at 25, it seems like at least one team would be interested in jumping into 25 in the Giants. So I prefer a move back. I prefer sticking and picking. I do not want to see a trade up, but the Texans added value to their overall amount of value. So they're definitely preparing in case they get the opportunity to.
Correct. So that would be number 1. Number 2 would be the Jags at 5, which is just crazy. I mean, we don't know where the hell that's going. I said that I thought that Genty was going to go number 5 overall. I thought maybe someone would trade with the Jags to go up and get him. That's been one of the rumors, that the Bears could do that. There's also been rumors of the Jags moving up to 2. Like basically every rumor that you can possibly have in the direction from 5 to near 1 to 5 to 10 involving the Jags. That has been going wild. Then you have the Indy Warren obsession. This is the worst kept secret in the entire draft, is that there's a strong obsession for the Colts to improve their tight end play, which has been worse in the league since that one flukish ass Eric Ebron season, worse in the league by far, production wise. And they like Tyler Warren. They're kind of in a tough spot to get him. By the way, I just watched his basketball highlights. Very much enjoyed him. That dude can get up.
He's a good rebounder. He set hard screens.
No, he is a
play like Gordon Hayward.
Okay.
It's a little inside joke there.
But there's that. We got to keep an eye on that. OL or bust is the other question. Are the Texans going offensive line no matter what, which is what a lot of people seem to desire. And then there's the big 3 wide receivers, which we've discussed throughout this process, this multiple month process in which Golden's been brought up, McMillan's been brought up, and Abuka, of course, has the connections with CJ Stroud. So wide receiver, another need along with offensive line. It's really been the focus of 3 guys when it comes to that position.
I would be very interested to see if there's a chance that very much here at the back end of the first round, if another wide receiver sneaks in and turns it into sort of a bigger first round wide receiver group. I can't imagine that's going to happen. So maybe they go off the board really early in day 2. But if somebody surprised you and snuck in at the back end of the first round at wide receiver, just because this is a very unimpressive wide receiver group, so maybe you want to go get the guy that you want, I don't think it's the weirdest thing ever if we saw an unexpected wide receiver at the end of the first.
No. And I mean, I think that's something to keep a close eye on, like the Bird. And I think the name would be Burden. I mean, what are the other names that we would be talking about? We'd be talking about Kyle Williams, like
Jaden Higgins from Iowa State.
Yeah, Higgins.
Just because Just the reason I would say Higgins is because his best case scenario is like if everything clicks for him, he's like a borderline 1. And there's just not that many of those guys after the first few names. So maybe some team gets a little weird about him and just makes him a first round pick. It'd probably be a little shocking to him too, but it's not totally out of the question.
Yeah. Stranger things have happened than someone trading up and getting a wide receiver like a Luther Burden or a Higgins or even Kyle Williams or something like that. The other thing is obviously Travis Hunter. I think he's the best wide receiver in this draft. Some people have that opinion. So he's just kind of off to the side. So back to the super chats here on the S&L DraftaMania. And we're going to go to Laramie Fowler in a sec out there in Jacksonville. Just hold up a sec. Wait a sec. We'll try to make some sense of this Jacksonville situation.
You ain't never hate.
The swarm.
Logan Taylor says, if we trade up, do you think we get OL or wide receiver? Yes. I guess he wants us to get out the fence, but I'm just saying yes.
If they're trading up, they're going to get an offensive lineman, I would think.
God, yes. That's not very exciting.
I'm the guard guy. I like these guards.
Yes, he is.
But I would not trade up for them. I like Tyler Booker. I wouldn't trade up for him. I like Gray Zabel. I wouldn't trade up for him. I like Donovan Jackson. I wouldn't trade up for him.
Frank Z says he's got 5 on it. Appreciate you, my friends. And then Jonathan Clark asks, is there any chance we land Tate Ratledge tomorrow night? Think he could fall to 79 or would we need to move up? I think he can fall. I don't know 79, but I could see him falling to 58 and I could see it really depends. I do think what they do in the first round impacts what they like a guard. Like if they take a guard today, I don't see them taking a guard tomorrow, but if they don't, then I think Tate Ratledge would be someone to keep an eye on. That's my take on it.
I would say that ideally, if they don't take a guard today, they're taking one tomorrow. Ratledge to me he checks all the boxes that they typically look for in a prospect. Is he going to be available at 58? He should be. It's not out of the question that he would sneak into the top 50 or so picks, but he should be available at 58. And then if they take a guard today, I would think they'd probably look for a project tackle in the 3rd round. So
dun.
Probably no
guard. You love that. Dun.
I don't recognize the music. I don't recognize the music.
Dun. Give me a project pick.
I'm not picking up what you're dropping, so.
Give me a hood rat pick. One that is raw as what?
That one's not on my Spotify.
Might be a wasted pick.
So
give me a project pick.
I would also say that it's probably not. I mean, I disagree with Landry. I'd say that there's a chance they draft 2 guards, one in the 1st round and one in the 3rd round.
Cody not knowing Project Bitch is crazy, by the way, but it's not surprising. He's not much of a cash money guy.
It should be par for the course.
You've never heard Project Bitch?
Never heard it.
Yes, you have. Come on.
I would also let the folks know if they didn't catch it on.
You just insulted our audience, man.
If the Texans trade up for Tate Ratledge,
this one's for Islam.
If the Texans
and her friend. Go ahead.
If the Texans trade up for Tate Ratledge, I will grow a mullet.
Yeah, Mia, Leah, and Kim.
Oh, you're still singing, so I'm just going to keep you muted while I'm finished talking. So, if the Texans trade up for Tate Ratledge, I'll grow a mullet.
He loves y'all broads.
Oh, so we're still doing this. All right, so you just go back on mute. You know what? Why don't you go ahead and finish the song while we go to Jacksonville?
Mama, to my what figures say I love my baby mama.
Well, we're going to go to Jacksonville now.
I bought them shoes, them tattoos, and even fixed your breast.
If you weren't so bad at singing, I'd say
that's on your chest.
Copyright violation because you sang the whole thing.
This is for the ones who
shut up.
Be putting. All right, let's go to Jacksonville. Jeremy Fowler, he doesn't say much with his reports. We found out he's got a brother named Laramie Fowler, and Laramie Fowler, a lot of talk about Jacksonville. Laramie Fowler is live outside the Jags war room. Let's get the latest on the Jags, and maybe we'll get some clarity. Laramie, take it away. Cody, Landry, Laramie Fowler here outside of the Jags war room. I just spoke to General Manager James Gladstone as he was leaving the facility to get the guys coffee. I asked him, what are you going to do at 5? He gave me 3 words. He said, I don't know. Tony Baselli, meanwhile, I talked to someone close to him. He told me that they're definitely taking Ashton Ginty if he's there, or they might take McMillan, or they might trade up, or they could also trade back. Back to you guys.
Boy, he's just as good as Jeremy already.
It runs in the family.
He's just as good as Jeremy right there. Laramie with the report. That is our report from the Baselli War Room. How about that? Gladstone going to get him coffee shortly before the draft. That is kind of messed up, yet not too surprising. My goodness.
Going to get him coffee.
Damn, just learning all types of stuff. Wags on the soup.
Gladstone.
Swarm.
Gladstone looks so young, they might card him for coffee. Like, are you old enough to buy this?
Is there an age limit for that? I've always wondered that. There should be, right?
If you're buying like more than a drink or two, yeah.
Well, what age can kids buy energy drinks?
I don't know. I don't think there is.
Oh, my daughter being able to go in there at 12 and get a Monster?
Well, then you need to talk with your local gas station.
The Kona stove. Wag says, what's for snacks tonight? I'm smoking wings. I ate my one meal for the day. So I just had some coffee. I'm not having any more snacks today. Be on a microphone. Cody?
I had a turkey sandwich before we got going, so I'm good.
Did you make it or?
Yeah, I made it. Mm-hmm.
Was it?
I air fried the sandwich and it worked out great.
Did you get it from the deli, like HEB deli?
No, I got the meat and I got the bread and I made it myself.
No. Did you get the meat from the HEB deli?
No, I buy it in bulk from Sam's.
Oh, so Sam's. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Trill kick X. You always act like I got like some motive towards asking these questions. I'm just trying to.
I didn't say anything.
I'm trying to go with you, my friend.
If you're feeling that, then you know that you do that. So I didn't say anything.
There was no motive. I'm just curious. Second round high move up possible. Yeah, and I'm sure we'll get more into that tomorrow. We'll be live on the stream. Derek, you on the soup. Shout out to Derek listening from the Texans draft party. I'm with Stoots.
Hey.
Booker is the pick. What's up, DU?
He said he's coming Saturday, so
Yeah,
see him
Saturday, 11 a.m. Biergarten, beer and pints. Derek will be there. I know he's doing his thing out there at the draft party. So we are 6 to 12. Jeremy Fowler. Damn, he was just on the TV same time as his brother. He's in Cleveland. I just read. Let me read Jeremy Fowler's lips. The Browns may draft Travis Hunter or they may trade back. They may also not draft Travis Hunter. Thank you, Jeremy Fowler. Appreciate you.
Poor Jeremy Fowler.
What do you mean?
Yeah, poor at his job, Jeremy Fowler.
Jeremy Fowler. Hello. How you doing, my friend?
Everything's on the table. Thanks for absolutely nothing.
I'm Sal Palantonio. I invented football, and I am the best Philly representative in the world. And I talk to everybody, and they don't tell me much, but I make it sound like they say a lot.
If this trade is indeed going down, and Jaguars are moving up to 2, how much? Like, what does that cost?
For 5 to 2?
Yeah, because Jacksonville's got to really want it.
Probably like a 2 and a 3. Because their 2 is pretty valuable, so probably like a 2 and a 3, because it and it's not like they're if Cleveland thinks enough of or is willing to make this trade, then that means they really like someone and have a good chance at getting him. So I would say probably they're 2 because it's pretty valuable, and a 3. I would say probably I think you kind of abandon the chart at that point. Now if and cap and trade, shout out to you. The great Texans cap. Hope to see you Saturday. Don't know. I know it's hard for you to get out of the house, my friend. But he says Locker and Stoots the best in town. That's Texans cap right there. I don't even think he's the best resource for like Texans cap information, though. I don't think he's the best. I think he's the best and the only. Like like he's the best and the only. So yeah, like there's no one even. You don't even consider anyone else. So he is the.
Well,
I got to take out the word best. He is the source.
Well, you don't like when Aaron tweets out the contract details 4 days
No,
later?
I hate it. Okay.
Okay.
It looks like me copy and pasting homework. As
So
a matter of fact, where the hell did you get those numbers? Where'd you paste those from, sir? All right. Anyway, go ahead.
So before the draft starts, I got to show the folks the DraftaMania bingo card. And I'll do my best to keep up with this, and we want you to play at home. You can get it on the S&L Texans Talk Facebook page. I tweeted it out. I put a link earlier. You can go find the tweet so you can download it, play at home along with us.
Oh, yeah.
DraftaMania 2025 bingo card. You got a free square in the middle. The logo is the free square. But you got feels like he's falling, a trade for a QB, guard talk, Jaguars go offense, all sorts of fun things. Cody mentions the Senior Bowl, a Cody draft crush gets drafted, Ashton Genty fall, Josh Simmons' knee, crazy outfit on TV, all sorts of different stuff. So play along, download it, and try to call it out in the chat when you do see something off the DraftaMania board. It doesn't actually kick in until the commissioner starts the draft, though.
I just said that Texans Cap was the only resource and the best, and people are saying that's not a compliment. That's the biggest compliment you can give. Come on, people.
Folks got to listen closer.
The haters. I said that he's the man. Like, you don't even consider anyone else. Come on, peeps.
And he answers my inane questions a lot of times too. So I know you don't think the salary cap's real and all the money's fake, but
Never said that.
I actually care about it. So sometimes I go ask him questions.
Never was said. Wags on the super chat says, did y'all see the story about the one NFL exec saying Shador is entitled and worst athlete? Is that fake news? Don't know.
Well, one guy could feel that way and it would be real because that guy feels that way. Is that going to be the widely held situation? No.
Yeah. Don't know.
There's got to have been a worse or a more entitled athlete. Got to have.
Yeah, and maybe it was somewhere he didn't want to go because I'm old enough to remember the videos. I'm not old enough to really remember the actual draft, but when Dion said if Detroit would have drafted him, he would have asked for so much money they'd have to put him on layaway. So maybe there's that. JCA on the chat. Juan Carlos, help me. Allegria.
He did a good job.
All right. Texans getting running back in day 2 or 3. Who's the best fit? I like Judkins, although I think Judkins is going to go a little bit sooner. I feel like Judkins is being analyzed in a Banks-ish way by the media scouts. I think media scouts, the only reason I know this is because I watched Banks play. I think they did not even factor in that he got hurt last year. We don't need to go through that again, but I think they're treating Judkins like he's some compliment and ignoring the fact that he was awesome at Ole Miss last year. I don't think a lot of these media scouts watch film from the previous year. Some do, some don't, but I don't feel like they do. I feel like they just watch the most recent tape, and that's how they break it down.
Yeah, a lot of people put too much stock in the first year and don't give enough inventory to the previous years. Let
me ask you this, though. I don't know if he was really that good, though. Is being first team SEC your freshman and sophomore year, is that good? First team twice?
No, that's not good. That's great.
Okay, yeah. And then he went to Ohio State and did his thing. So, yeah, Judkins would be my guy. Waylon Whitley, shout out to you, my friend. Lovely looking family right there. And then Tony. My gosh, Tony, you're the man.
Tony, that's very generous, Tony. Thank you so much.
Swarm. He says you have the best sports show, period. Me and my wife love this show. We can make it to the party. We can't make it to the party, but we will be down during the season. Awesome. Shout out to your wife. Shout out to your wife. Let us know. And I always know that wives, they are saints because a lot of times when they listen, it's because you're making them listen. So when you meet them in person, they kind of side eye you a little bit, but I understand. And that's a very good wife of yours. So shout out to your wife. Shout out to the Metcalfs.
Yeah. Come on down during the season. Pick a fun game. Let us know. And we'll make sure we hang out with you when you're in town. Thank you so much for the super chat.
All right. Waylon back. He says, Booker gives me green vibes. Are we worried about the athleticism or am I tweaking? Hard to trust the Texans evaluation on O-line. Trust issues on the offensive line. You will not get pushback from me, and you damn sure will not get pushback from him. So no, I do not blame you for that.
for feeling that way. I don't even really like. I guess you would say that there's a little bit more of a mean streak with Booker. Kenyon Green's kind of he's more of like a I don't want to, is timid the right word? What help me out, man.
The athleticism and the mentality are like the athleticism, Kenyon Green wasn't a great athlete either. But the mentality is totally different from a player standpoint and from a personality standpoint. Timid's probably not the right word. Low key is how I would phrase
he's not as outspoken. He's not as outspoken as Booker. He's not as outspoken. Like the personalities could not be more different.
He's not a high energy guy, Kenyon Green.
But he's very accountable.
And the thing with Booker too, healthy in college, Kenyon Green played through a lot of injuries. One position. Tyler Booker was good at one position.
Which
Kenyon
I like,
Green,
which is good.
Kenyon Green was okay at a few different positions. If you're great at a position, they don't move you around. Okay, but they were constantly moving Kenyon Green around. So it's different. I certainly understand the Kenyon Green PTSD. I get it. And the athleticism is going to be an issue if the Texans are running a similar style of rushing attack, but the athleticism wasn't a big issue for him in the SEC when he was going against, big-time players in the SEC. So it's obviously a step up into the NFL level, but I'm not super worried about the athleticism because if he gets his hands on you in a short area, Tyler Booker is going to take care of business.
Taking care of business. Tyler Booker. All right, we're live. The draft is going down. We're getting ready for this. Roger Goodell's riding a bike right now.
Because the Packers have that bike tradition at training camp.
Oh, okay, yeah. I mean, that's good thinking. That's a sick ass bike, by the way. That's getting auctioned off somewhere.
Oh yeah, that'll go for a few $100,000.
Sick ass bike. You think Goodell's a good bike rider though?
Based on what he's dealing with, and he looks
like Goodell looks like he's in shape right now.
He looks like he's lost a couple of pounds over the past few years.
Lil Wayne's there. He's a Packer fan.
I did not know that about Lil Wayne.
Well, no kidding. You didn't even know Project Bitch, and he's in the song. So yeah, it didn't surprise me, brother. Anyway,
I'm about to make a project that is shutting you the hell up, bitch.
Aaron Wilson said he doesn't think a pure guard is worth it and wants someone that is versatile. He had an opinion?
Oh.
No, I mean, is that like, did he say like he thought that that's where the direction where they would go, or was it like an opinion? See, I can't even say anything without you acting like I didn't.
No, say what you want to say.
No, I guess that was just like a natural thing right there. I didn't.
By the way, I'm not in favor of trading up for a pure guard either.
Is he saying that's what he thinks, or was that like that?
Or is he saying that's what the Texans think?
Yeah, I didn't know.
No. Now I understand your question or your.
Yes, like reporters get their stuff mixed up, like with opinions and reports. So I'm asking, like, I don't. Aaron doesn't really like try to put himself out there like that. So I just couldn't imagine. I know Aaron Wilson better than most people in the chat. Like, I couldn't imagine Aaron Wilson just coming out and saying, I don't think it's worth it to trade for a guard. When's the last time Aaron Wilson like tweeted an opinion on that's not really his thing?
Yeah, bro, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. I would not trade up for just a guard. I wouldn't trade up for any of these guards. None of them are, to me, trade up worthy guards.
Yeah, I'm not big on that. So they got opinions up there, huh?
Now you want to trade up for Kelvin Banks because he falls far enough. Be my guest. He's not falling very far though.
Yeah,
I do. I love this. Goodell's getting the draft started, and Lil Wayne doesn't give a damn. He's sitting there talking to the kid, just chatting the kid up. He doesn't care about what Goodell's got going on.
Just hanging out, man. Joe doing his thing. Oh, Mason Crosby. Okay, I see you. Is that Amon Green?
Jeez, they really.
Or is that a fan?
Bottom of the barrel.
That's not Amon Green, is it?
Man, I don't.
The guy's wearing an Amon Green shirt.
It's got to be Amon Green.
No, like a caricature shirt. You're wearing it. So you get invited to the draft and you're wearing a caricature shirt of yourself. Maybe it is Amon Green. I don't know. Texans legend. Texans legend.
That was a hefty
What is
investment.
Amon Green? Amon Green looking solid, man.
Amon Green looks like half of Amon Green. Well,
Yeah, he's
Texans
lost some
version.
weight. Yeah, he's lost some weight. And then you got AJ Hawk up there being crazy.
Well, that's Clay Matthews.
Race car.
You can't really blame me for that. That's kind of similar, but yeah, that's definitely clearly Clay Matthews because AJ Hawk doesn't go crazy.
I guess all the white former Packers linebackers that have long hair look the same, huh?
Kind of. Like if we're being honest, kind of. Swarm into the soup.
You ain't never hate.
Swarm.
Let's go. H-Town says his wife gave him permission for a super chat today.
Hey.
Keep up the hard work, fellas. I watch y'all every day. I really hope the Texans trade back. Hey, wifey, thank you very much, ma'am. We appreciate
thank
you. We appreciate you very much. If you ever make it out to an event, let us know. And we will be sure to get you a beer. But yeah, I hope they trade back too. It sounds better than some of these trade up possibilities.
I would want nothing more than for us to spend the better part of 5.5 hours talking about a first round that the Texans ultimately move out of. That'd be awesome. I would love that because that would mean that they're going to dive into the belly of the value of this draft, which is day 2, rounds 2 and 3.
You know how you tell like a real diehard? Yeah, because what if you set yourself up tomorrow to where you could get a running back and Ratledge and maybe a receiver? That'd be sick. But
what if you ended up with 34 and Egbuka's still there?
Yeah, I mean,
You know,
you never know. You know how you tell like a real diehard? The ones that are going to the draft party and they're like, man, I hope you trade back.
yeah.
Some people go to a draft party and they're like, oh man, I don't want him to trade out. It's like, who cares? Like I talk to people who like broadcast during and they're like, hopefully. I'm like, dude, who cares? You're talking about the draft. Like if they trade back, they trade back. Who cares? What does that matter? Are you going to the party to for the feel of the announcement? Or are you going to the party because it's the draft? It's the collision of pro and American pigskin. Who cares?
Yeah, you're going to enjoy the company of fellow fans that are excited about the future of the team.
Yeah.
You're not going to watch on a outdoor big screen TV that the commissioner said they drafted somebody.
Yeah, it's awesome, man.
I'm just waiting for that little ticker to change on who team number 2 is. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay. So we're on that. They're showing Cam Ward right now. Damn, he's looking classy, dude. He just went with the nice little cotton shirt with the he didn't try too hard, man.
He did. No sign that he played at 2 previous colleges. Just he got that U pin on the chest.
Could the Texans draft twice in the first round? Wags asks. Another 2023.
Could Texans another 2023 draft 2 first round guys? It would be pricey, but it's not impossible.
I mean, you're trading at minimum 26 spots up, and then
it probably
stuff to it.
It probably costs you most of your non-first or your first.
Yeah, it's probably costing you all your day 2s.
Yeah.
All your day 2s, which would make that very, 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 very inactive.
Yeah. So,
dude, Mr. Seeth, crazy dude. I think. Don't know. Looks crazy. That's not his real picture though, but you know what I mean. What is that from? Do you know? Who cares?
No idea.
He says, I don't watch college football, so the NFL is fascinating. Hey, that would be fascinating that's sick to watch this and not know. I think the not knowing what was going on would actually be pretty cool.
So I'm very interested by this. Like the Tennessee Titans are drafting Cam Ward. Why is ESPN playing Shedeur Sanders highlights?
Because he's the main storyline and they're anticipating such and they're smart. So they know what the hell is going on and they're just starting the
Can I get some Can I get some, I don't know, Cam Ward beating up on those ACC teams? Can I get a couple highlights?
Nope. Not till he gets drafted. Right now, it's all about Shador, who, by the way, I saw he has a Gatorade commercial too.
Cam Ward scare you at all with the Tennessee Titans?
Cam Ward to the Tennessee Titans does not scare me at all. I think Cam Ward would be a second-round pick last year, probably. Or maybe like in the 20s. So no, I think I think this has as much to do with there's less risk in drafting a quarterback. He's the best one available, so they're just going to draft a quarterback. That's how I feel about Cam Ward.
I
also don't think it's the best situation.
It is an awful situation to be in.
I don't think it's the best situation for him.
They don't know who the general manager actually is. They don't have a good offensive line. They don't have enough weapons. And the coach is a sitting duck. The coach is a lame duck coach. And
in year 2?
Yes. And so they were thinking about making a change this past year. He was so unimpressive. He's got no juice. He just like I've accidentally stood next to Brian Callahan 15 times in 2 years at the scouting combine. Like he's got no presence about him. We know Zach Taylor took care of business in Cincinnati, not him. So whoever the top offensive coordinator in football this upcoming season is, congratulations. The Titans are about to hand you $6 million to coach their team in Cam Ward.
Yeah, I think Cam Ward is it would not surprise me if he is the 4th best quarterback in the division for the next 2 years, at least.
I believe he'll be better than Anthony Richardson.
That's a backup. Daniel Jones is their starter.
Well, he's better than Daniel Jones too.
You sure? With Shane Steichen?
Daniel Jones isn't a good football player, Landry.
You want to make a bet right now that Daniel Jones has a better statistical season than Cam Ward this year?
Well, no, because his situation's far better.
Okay.
The offensive line's better and they have weapons.
Gotcha.
And the coach isn't an idiot.
Gotcha. Wags, once again, who in this draft class would you give your 2026 first for?
Nobody.
On top of picking? Or are you trading your 25 and 1?
I think he's saying if you took your 2026 first and used it to get back into the first round.
And it can be for anybody. I would do it for Genty. I would do it for Banks. I would do it for if I'm just giving up that first round pick. This is a crazy hypothetical. So if I'm just giving up that first round pick and I still get to pick at 25 and have my draft equity, I would do it for Banks. I would do it for Hunter. I would do it for Warren.
Yeah, I'm not trading my first next year for anybody.
You wouldn't trade your first for Travis Hunter right now.
Mm-mm.
Oh my God. Oh my.
There's 6 wide receivers last year where that got drafted, I think, are better than him.
You wouldn't trade your first for Banks.
My first next year for Banks?
Yeah.
No.
Oh my God. You're being blinded by draft nerdum. Let's effing go. Draft time, baby. This is from Preston. See you guys Saturday. Can't wait to drink and talk Texans. We can't wait either. 11 o'clock, Biergarten, pizza pints, Karbach.
Yeah,
Look forward to it. Cody would not trade a first round pick for that experience. Look at Cam Ward. Just walking up there doing his thing, man. Feeling good. How about that?
He's probably been looking at real estate in Nashville since January.
Wags again. Thoughts on players making Eli-like moves, not wanting to play for teams that draft you, like Dion doesn't want Shador playing for the Browns.
The Cleveland Browns have traded their pick to the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Okay.
The Jaguars are now on the clock.
Travis Hunter.
Wow. Okay, that's a whew.
Is it going to be Travis Hunter? You have to be trading up for Travis Hunter, right?
What else would you be trading for? So okay, this is an underrated. I'm gonna say this, and I'm gonna tell you why it's actually not that cool. Adam Schefter's live on TV, and Adam Schefter's giving the details of the trade, and Adam Schefter has already tweeted out the details. And then I thought to myself, well, somebody could have tweeted it out for him, so it's not that impressive. Your details of the trade. I'm going to pull it up on the screen here. The Browns are trading the number 2 overall pick, a 4th round pick, and a 6th round pick to the Jaguars. And they are getting the number 5 overall pick, a 2nd round pick, a 4th round pick, and the Jaguars 2026 first round pick.
Good Lord. Cody hates this. Mr. I don't want to trade picks for anyone. Hates this.
That's a really bad trade. That's a really bad trade.
Or they just, yeah, this one's aggressive, man.
Is this the nerd or is this Baselli?
What do you mean? You think the nerd makes decisions?
This doesn't feel like a Baselli move.
Dude, the nerd's at Starbucks. Gladstone's at Starbucks, man.
You got Shad Khan in there. He doesn't look that happy. You got Tony Khan in there.
The nerd just asked, who'd we pick? Their GM just asked who they did. You see that right there on ESPN? Did you read his lips? He said, who'd we pick?
Oh, that's a bad trade. I don't like that at all. I don't like that at all.
I think it's pretty it's definitely pretty interesting. So you're trading a first next year, which is wild. And a second.
You're trading 5, 36, and a first next year and a 4th round pick. Oof. Well, the draft just got a little weird because I got no idea what Cleveland's going to do at 5.
They're trading again, man.
Probably.
So this probably makes sense as to why the Browns did what they did with the Texans, because they knew they were getting more picks. So you called this.
Yeah, they jettisoned.
Called this.
They jettisoned some back end picks because they didn't want to have 14 selections in this draft.
Yeah, so you nailed that. So credit to you, my friend.
Thank you. Wow. All right. So how do I mean? We know this is for Travis Hunter.
It has to be, right?
Everything else they could have gotten at 5.
Now, I do wonder, like, are Browns fans pissed off now?
I don't know. Go ask my non-mustached doppelganger, King Carbon.
Like, Browns fans were probably pretty pumped about the possibility of getting
I mean, wouldn't you be a little upset just because you've spent the better part of 3 months talking yourself into Travis Hunter, and this didn't feel like a real possibility until, like, I think it was like a whisper, like maybe like a fun, crazy idea that people threw out there. But this didn't become a reality until about 24 hours ago. And so to have spent all your time getting ready for Travis Hunter and then to have him be ripped away and, okay, yeah, you get picks, sure. But you're not getting a player anywhere close to as exciting.
No, I would agree with that. The pick is in, by the way, with the Jags. So
they're going to play him as wide receiver, right?
Yes, he'll be a wide receiver for sure. He's smiling. He's already standing up.
That is a pink suit. Goodness gracious. Are you surprised Dion's not there?
He's kind of got a son.
He calls this guy his son too.
Yeah, but
I guess because Shedeur didn't go to the first round. So
yeah, he's got a son to hang out with. What if he just said, "Screw you, Shedeur, I'm going to hang out with Travis"? Jags fans look a little bit excited.
The The big con embrace.
So the AFC South pretty active right now.
Yeah. The AFC South is they're the story right now of the draft. Everybody's talking about the AFC South. Well, Travis Hunter's he's gonna love Trevor Lawrence.
Damn, Eric Armstead
by Travis Hunter overthrowing him by 3 feet.
Yep. So Eric Armstead's up there looking like freaking Andre the Giant.
Oh, Travis Hunter. Oh,
goodness gracious.
We're getting this guy just became a Jaguar last year.
Yeah.
And he's announcing the pick.
He's a Walter Payton Man of the Year, man. They got to push that. That's a national award.
I forgot he won the Walter Payton Man of the Year.
Yeah, remember he had to apologize for being friends with Azeez Al-Shire before he even got asked about the honor in the Jags media.
Noted Azeez Al-Shire supporter Eric Armstead.
Yeah. So there you go. Jags, they trade up to pick 2. They select Travis Hunter. What do we make of this?
Oh, man. I really like it from a dynamic offensive player perspective. I don't like how much they gave up to get him, but they're going to have a really impressive wide receiver duo in Travis Hunter and Brian Thomas Jr. That's got to be one of the best young duos in all of football. Like right off the bat. I think a lot of Travis Hunter, he should have been a wide receiver only coming into this draft. I understand maybe a little bit of help on defense here or there, but that's a really impressive duo. They could still go out there and maybe add to some of their weaker spots and round things out, but there's no more excuses for Trevor Lawrence. They got an offensive-minded coach that people like. Brian Thomas Jr. is going into year 2. Travis Hunter is going to be a dynamic option for them. He's got to be really good this year, and he's got to be able to get the ball to those 2 playmakers.
Yes. So there you go. Travis Hunter. Very pumped, doing his thing. And he's going to Jacksonville. So right off the top, the AFC South, we have Cam Ward and Travis Hunter in the division. So,
yep. And I'm way more worried about the number 2 guy than the number 1 guy. Way more worried.
Yeah, because you don't know what the hell they're going to do and what the hell it's going to look like.
Why'd they give a slot cornerback $10 million if they were going to do this? He could go in there and do that. Also, they gave Eric Murray $20 million, which was crazy.
Yeah, I don't know that they really thought they were going to do this. I think this is just something that maybe they talked their way into, or
it will be interesting because Jacksonville's going to have to spill the beans on this. Like, when did this start to evolve as the plan? Like, when did they decide to do this? Was this, hey, we felt conviction about this a month ago, a week ago, a few days ago?
Good for him, man. Good for him. So now it could start getting even more interesting.
And I feel like we have a pretty good idea what New York's going to do here.
It just seems like that Carter has been the answer from the jump. I don't know that this really impacts it.
No, not at all.
I think really from like what's happened in front of them, I think they anticipated that Hunter would be the pick. So really, this is just business as usual for the Giants.
The player's the same. The team changed. So that's where that is. A couple of super chats, Landry. Tazewell, can we all pour one out for Will Levis and his commercials doing the splits? LOL, bye-bye. Yeah, he to his credit, he went and got that commercial money pretty quick. So appreciate that, Tazewell. Herman says the Jaguars are thirsty. They are. They do love getting a little attention. I'll say this: Baselli, Gladstone, Baselli, whatever, already better than Trent Baalke. Already better. Low bar to clear.
Well,
David White. All that for Travis Hunter to get locked up by Derek Stingley and get mossed by Nico Collins. What a trash organization. David, I like it. I like the fierceness in that. That's good. That's good. Wags asks, would Landry ever wear a pink suit?
yeah, I'll rock pink.
And then he asked, would I? Yes, I used to have a pink blazer that I would wear a lot. It doesn't fit anymore.
Yes, for sure.
Don't say anything. Don't say anything. Preston, crazy trade, but are they really in win now mode? I would think that their thought process is probably last year as an anomaly. They probably feel like they're closer to the team 2 years ago than last year's team. Lawrence got hurt last year. They've got a new coach that they like, young, innovative, offensive-minded.
Imos Paneline says we need to call Laramie Fowler and see what's going on. It's interesting you bring that up because in 5 minutes we're going to go to Indianapolis, the Colts war room, which is I don't know how Laramie gets there so quick. We already heard him with the Jags. By the way, he nailed that. He said they could take Genty, they could trade up, they could trade back, they could stay put, they could take McMillan. So Laramie Fowler, our official reporter, he did nail that. So he deserves appropriate credit for that.
1 for 1. 1 for 1. Derek says Travis Hunter's girlfriend's going to hate Duval.
I'm going to leave that young lady alone. She wasn't even sitting by him in the chair, and they're young kids. He's kind of a nerdy guy. She's a little more social. So we'll see what happens with that. But yeah, I don't know. She might like it.
She's going to love going to Chili's. I just assume that's the best bar in Jacksonville because I don't know.
I don't think there's any commercial that makes their food look better than Chili's.
It's credit to Chili's. It felt like they were dead a couple years ago, and they've clawed back.
No, they're back. They're
They've
back.
done a
I
great
think
job.
Hooters is going to come back strong too. I think the family vibe is not the worst approach for them.
Yeah, didn't go there for the wings, bud.
I did. Their wings go in. You didn't like Hooters wings?
I didn't say I didn't like them.
Spicy shrimp, and curly fries. You're crazy.
It's not why I picked them.
You could have been my waiter. I'd have gone eating at Hooters. I was going to grub, bro.
I'd look terrible in those shorts. Trill Kick X, Sting versus Hunter going to be crazy. Hunter versus Kamari. Hunter versus Kamari Lassiter is going to be nuts.
There's someone named Brian Thomas Jr. that Stingley probably needs to pay attention to more so than Travis Hunter.
Hunter versus Kamari Lassiter is going to be fun.
Yes. Sting, you stay over there on that bad mofo on that side, please.
Oh, man. Okay, so we have a bingo update for the people playing S&L DraftaMania 2025 bingo. The Jaguars went offense, so you can put that on your bingo card. The Jaguars went offense. So right there on that top row, Jaguars go offense. That's on the bingo card. I feel like everything else is still unfilled. So you can download it off of Twitter. I tweeted it out, or you can download it off the Facebook group that we have as well. And Roger Goodell's announcing the Giants pick here.
All right, so this pick is in. Now we have a little Giants action. The pick is in, and it is Abdul Carter. Abdul Carter, come on down. So the draft has gone outside of the teams, as you mentioned. The draft has gone according to plan. Right now, the eyes are on that number 5. Could we see more movement from the Browns? Like, could the Browns perhaps stock up even more? Or did the Browns just say, okay, we'll take Genty then?
They don't have a running back there.
Do you ever think that like when a GM calls another GM? I want to ask Caserio this, but it's probably like something like away from the podium because he would be weird about it. But like, do you think a GM ever calls a GM if they're trading up a few spots and says, all right, we want to trade for you, but are you taking so-and-so? Or is it just like it's traded like in like let's say the Browns wanted to take Genty there at 2, and then they wanted to go back and get him at 5, and we don't know what they're going to do. But do you think there's ever like okay, well, you can't take this guy then?
Yes, this happens quite a bit because it was Brandon Beane, the GM for the Bills, when he was trading up for Dalton Kincaid. He called the Jaguars, and he's like, who are you taking? And the Jaguars didn't want to tell. And he's like, I want this guy. Are you taking him? And the Jaguars said no. And so he's like, okay. So then he ultimately ended up getting Dalton Kincaid.
Hold on just a sec. He's good. All right. Laramie Fowler. I don't know how he already got to the Colts war room, but this is the hardest working man. I know Jeremy's doing his thing on TV. Laramie Fowler, he already had the report. He said the Jags may trade up, may not, may take Genty, may trade up and draft someone else, or may draft someone at 5. He nailed it. Let's see if he's 1 for 1. So let's see if he can nail it with the Colts. Go to our correspondent, Mr. Laramie Fowler.
Cody, Landry, Laramie Fowler here outside of the Colts war room. Chris Ballard, he was talking to the media. I think he's still talking to the media over there. But I'm told by someone close to the organization that they're all in on Tyler Warren, or they could all be all in on Colson Loveland out of Michigan. Also told they could be all in on an offensive lineman or a guard. And I'm also told they could possibly take a kicker or a gunner or a deep snapper. Back to you guys.
An all-encompassing report.
Wow.
It's a good job.
Goodness gracious, man.
An all-encompassing.
Feel like there's a lot of possibilities there.
It's quite a few. Quite a few.
Yeah, he's all over it, man.
Something to watch for with Abdul Carter going to the Giants. I believe they could trade Kayvon Thibodeau now that they have Abdul Carter.
It's a tough guy to trade for, man. He's so crazy.
So I believe they could try to trade Kayvon Thibodeau.
He's so crazy, man.
Because they still have Brian Burns, and now they've got Abdul Carter, and then Dexter Lawrence is in the middle of their defense. And look, maybe you could just figure out a way to play them all and play them all enough, I suppose. But I would try to dump Kayvon Thibodeau if I was the Giants.
Or just come out just swinging, man.
It's not a bad idea to just have 3 really excellent pass rushers. That's not a bad idea.
So let's touch on this because Kelvin Banks is getting connected to the Raiders quite heavily. But these have been the top 5 most mentioned guys for the Texans here on S&L DraftaMania. Landry Locker, Cody Stoots with you. So you have Kelvin Banks, number 1. We rolled our eyes at this one. I think this was crazy. Kelvin Banks.
It quickly became clear he was not getting near the Texans.
Yes. So you had that. Then you had Tyler Booker. And Tyler Booker, obviously, Will Anderson. I asked Will Anderson about him. Will Anderson had some very fantastic things to say. And then you have Emeka Egbuka, the CJ Stroud Ohio State connect, and the need there. And then it seems like Josh Simmons and Gray Zabel. It kind of feels like, and maybe this has to do with reality, because it doesn't appear the Kelvin Banks thing was realistic, but it does seem like the Simmons and Zabel talk has kind of intensified a little bit.
Well, I just feel like there's enough people who understand how the Texans operate that they're not putting Simmons there. He got mocked there by a lot of people, and I want to say I think Dane Brugler's final mock draft still had Simmons there. I was just like, they're not going to take Josh Simmons. The injury combined with the off the field stuff, just he's a non-starter for the Texans. So they weren't taking him. Zabel, if they make the exception for Zabel, then that's going to have to be a big explanation by Nick Caserio and maybe even D'Amico Ryans, because they both touted competition being important.
Yeah. I just don't like Zabel. It does feel like Zabel's going to be a first-round guy. It is starting to kind of feel that way. I'm not like breaking any news here, but it doesn't really excite me.
I mean, I would tell you the lowest Zabel goes is 32 to the Eagles.
Yeah, and he has the connection in Detroit, which was brought up with their new tight end coach being one of the guys who recruited him.
I understand why Gray Zabel wouldn't excite you. I get it. He played at a much lower level of football. and his only success showing off against top level talent is against first and second round defensive linemen. And I get that he's an athlete, and I get guys from his level have had success before when they've been highly drafted. There's a lot of guys that have zero success that come from that area. So I certainly understand the skepticism with Gray's Abel.
Not a fan, bro.
I get it. If Booker, Igbuka, and Zabel were all available at 25, I wouldn't even be considering Zabel. I'd be picking between Booker and Igbuka.
Yeah, Booker just seems like the very safe pick.
Well, there's nothing wrong with being safe.
I mean, unless it's not safe. Doc Kenyon Green was a safe pick. It just seems kind of like almost like an assumption, but who knows?
They don't deserve any blind faith on offensive line conversation.
No,
they don't. And they haven't earned any faith on offensive line conversation.
Well, and there's nothing to really base any faith on, and I'm basically saying what you're saying, but there's no, what would you be basing it on?
The only thing that has drastically changed that would give you any hope things are going to be different is Nick Caley's offense and Cole Popovich as the offensive line coach. That's the only thing that's changed that would give you any sort of hope or that they're going to be able to be better at drafting offensive linemen. And I get it. I mean, they speak very highly of Cole Popovich. Nowhere near the same level they did when they talked about Chris Strausser. Like, oh yeah, no, nice guy. Oh, I was it, huh? All right.
Super chat. The T-Man is in the building.
You ain't never hate.
Swarm.
He says Hunter will be catching passes from Lawrence. Poor kid. Lawrence has some weapons at receiver now.
Lawrence has no more excuses.
No.
He has no more excuses.
None. David White says the new Titans GM must not have been a fan of Will Levis's
sexy time tape.
Sexy time tape. What was the sexy time tape?
He got leaked with his girlfriend.
Oh, he did?
Mm-hmm.
Never saw that. Tony Metcalf. If the Texans take Simmons, I'm turning off the TV and going to bed and not going to work tomorrow. Okay.
I will start drinking heavily if they take Josh Simmons. You'll watch. I'll do it right here on the stream. I'll mix the drinks right in front of it. It'd be like Tom Cruise and cocktail. I'll be making all sorts of different.
All right, let's commit to a triple shot. Commit to a triple shot if they draft Simmons.
Done. and I'll have no hair because I've pulled it out. By the way, Will Campbell officially the pick there.
Yeah,
the Patriots probably one of the other worst kept secrets.
Yeah. So okay, Will Campbell.
So the first four players were chalk. The first four players were chalk. The teams changed a little bit because of the Jacksonville trade up, but the first four players were chalk. Now this is where the draft starts over again because what's Cleveland doing? I would just take Genty if I was the Browns.
Would you?
How many more picks do they need? I mean, how many more selections are they gonna get?
Yeah, I would take Genty too. I don't know if they will though. Would you, if you were the Patriots and if the Texans were there, would you take Campbell over Banks?
Would I have taken Campbell over Banks?
Yeah. Would you take Campbell over Banks? No questions asked?
No questions asked. I would have had to have a long discussion about it in the building if I was the Texans.
Yeah. I like Will Campbell. I like the makeup. So the pick is in with the Browns. So I have...
You need Genty here, don't you?
I need Genty to cash my 8-1, my 8-1 bet, but I'm not feeling confident in it. But who knows?
Do the Browns have a legend walking this one up?
You got a joke here or something?
Well, it can't be Deshaun. His leg's messed up again.
Dude, if they had Deshaun announce this pick, that would be the most cruel thing to their fan base possible. But do they? I don't know if they have a legend there.
What's the Brownsiest thing they could do here?
Bernie Kosar?
No, I mean no, not from an announce the. I'm talking about from a draft a player here.
I don't know what Brownsy means anymore, man. Like it feels like they've been like, it felt like they were doing like a laughable job, and then all of a sudden they started doing good things, and then all of a sudden they just traded all their picks. So I don't know. I don't even know what Brownsy means anymore.
Well, draft a player that is highly likely to not surpass Travis Hunter in ability and talent and goodness.
They
Like
got to draft.
If you told me they drafted a tackle here, I'd be like, okay, their tackles have kind of sucked. I'd be
They
like,
need
all right.
offense. They need offense. It's not defense. They need offense.
If you told me they drafted, Tetairoa McMillan here, like I'd be like, okay, I don't like the guy, but I understand why you're doing it.
Will Campbell is such a like country ass dude, man.
I mean, he's in for a little culture shock. He's from Louisiana, played at LSU, and now he's going to New England. Ain't no crawfish up there, buddy. No Cajun food up there. You better learn to like clam chowder.
He's a farm dude, man. You find a farm in
Rural
New England, can't you? Hey, you can find a farm. So, for what it's worth, Daniel Jeremiah had Will Campbell 11th on his top 150.
All right, so Goodell's announcing the pick here. All right, they did the Brownsy thing. Mason Graham from Michigan, the defensive tackle.
Well, there goes my ticket. Thanks a lot, guys. But
oh my goodness, this is. I might be one of the.
Why do you hate Mason Graham so much?
The way he talks about football, no juice. He looks unimpressive in person. He was afraid to work out this entire process. He didn't do any of the workouts. I get that he looked good at Michigan. There's a bunch of other dudes around you at Michigan. Kenneth Grant did a lot of stuff that made Mason Graham look good. I don't get it. I don't get the love for this guy. He shouldn't have been a top 10 pick, and the Browns totally screwed this up.
Okay.
Totally screwed this up.
So you're not a big Mason Graham guy. Mike Meltzer, who, by the way, he's going to join me in the locker room after this. So I'm streaming probably like next 8 hours. He's got some hot takes. He says that he's the second best Michigan football player he's ever watched. And that's a big Michigan fan there. But
appreciate the input, Mike. He's going to be a really nice Michigan player. He's not going to be a really good NFL player.
Herman says triple shot of Everclear.
Well,
I
don't have any of that around.
I used to take 5 shotters of that.
But somehow, in some way, shape, or form, I'm going to be honest with you, that doesn't surprise me at all.
This was like, but this was like 20, and then maybe 18, 20 years ago.
And yeah,
just shots of Everclear.
Not surprised.
That's how you stay in college so long. Tazewell says, as an ignorant and naive Tate Ratledge fan, would you take him if it was appropriate for the pick? Hashtag honky boys. Hashtag race car. Yeah. What makes Gray Zabel so much better than Tate Ratledge? I'm asking.
Because he can play 3 positions.
Okay. What makes Gray Zabel better at guard than Tate Ratledge?
Probably a little. Well, I can't even say he's looked athletic, more athletic playing football than Tate Ratledge. Tate Ratledge tested better than him and was more athletic in the athletic testing. And then just some of the solidarity once you get blocks going. I think Ratledge has had a couple of just, he's not really moving people out of the way. Now the comparison is he's doing it against SEC guys and Gray Zabel's doing it against insurance salesmen. So I like Tate Ratledge. I mean, he's 3-year starter at right guard.
Yeah, you love him.
Georgia.
Trill Kick X says those draft hats are terrible. Yeah, they're pretty rough. They look like gas station hats. Looks like I'm looking at like the glass section of like the weed pipes and like the cheap ass like Delta 8 like pre-rolls. And there's like knives in there randomly. And then there's like a weed grinder. And then there's like the hats on the outside. That's what these draft hats look like. Not great.
So what I found out about the draft hats, because the little feature they have on the draft hats this year is they have the little pin. So every team has a specialized pin. When you buy a draft hat, you can't even take the pin off. It's built into the hat. So it's not even like you think, oh, the hat's kind of cool, but I kind of want the pin because it's exclusive to the draft hat. You can't even remove it.
Okay.
There's your fun
That's
fact about
weird.
the draft hats. Yeah.
That's weird. BG said he bought one today.
So the Raiders pick is in. This was a heavily rumored Kelvin Banks spot.
Yeah, it was the favorite. It was.
This was also a heavily rumored Ashton Genty spot prior to Banks's ascension to that spot.
And
so the pick is in.
And the Raiders have selected Ashton Genty.
Fantasy football. Is that a good spot for him?
Yeah.
Geno Smith at quarterback. Not a lot of receiver options. Obviously, you throw the ball to Brock Bowers.
Yeah, it's a good pick. Congratulations.
If Genty had gone to the Bears, I would have gotten more excitement about him as a fantasy football player. This doesn't excite me very much. All right, where's the next Kelvin Banks spot?
See, now you got to think about the Texans perhaps trading at 12. Because if he's going to fall, because the skepticism was that he wasn't going to fall, but Dallas wants to trade back. We got to be on the lookout for McMillan because apparently Dallas might like McMillan. But this is this is where the draft gets really interesting. We got to start wondering about Tyler Warren too.
Yeah, this is the first true Tyler Warren spot.
Like Indianapolis, we know we've talked about it. It's the worst kept secret that there is that they have a strong fascination for Tyler Warren. Do we see the Colts looking to get in and get up? And
would you like here's another ripple effect of Genty to the Raiders, and it affects the Texans, assuming they keep their day 2 selection or their round 2 selection. The Bears now with 2 picks in the first 12 selections of the second round, they're a running back landing spot.
Okay.
If the Bears had drafted Genty, they're not taking a running back there at the top part of the second round. So, I mean, I would feel pretty confident saying one of those 2 picks that the Bears have at the top of the second round is going to a running back. So,
yeah, and that's the other thing that I think with these Ohio State guys, now they're more alive than they would have been, because if you're a Texans fan and you're like, man, they're not going to take a running back in the first round, but I would really love them to get one of these Ohio State guys in the second round or maybe be able to trade up. This eliminates the Chip Kelly love, I think. Like, I don't think they're going to draft multiple running backs. So had Genty gone 5 in front of the Raiders, then I don't know if it's a given, but I would think that Henderson and Judkins, who both spoke very highly of Chip Kelly, would be a possibility because they did like Genty. But now
it kind of opens it up a little bit more. Those guys could still go in that same range, but it eliminates the clear connection with Chip Kelly and the Raiders.
Yeah. So the unfortunate part is it just creates it creates a team with more capital, a little bit lower in the round, with an opportunity for them to get a running back in Chicago. Unless Chicago takes Hampton.
I can see them doing something like that, man. They're being very aggressive. They're trying really hard to make it as comfortable as possible for Caleb Williams. So Kelvin Banks' watch is alive.
All right. So if I was the Jets, I'd take Kelvin Banks. Like, why not?
They need O-line.
He can play guard. He can play tackle. I would take Kelvin Banks if I was the Jets.
Yeah, well, if they don't, Kelvin Banks' watch intensifies.
Back in Black with the super chat, talking about the trade, he said, we traded 2/5, 2/6, the late 7th, the Browns Texans trade from before the thing. My only guess is we're trying to put together a package that includes us getting back a 5th. Otherwise, I just don't get this trade at all. It added overall value for the Texans. It also cleared out some back-end picks for the Browns, and we saw what they did in a move back. And it allows the Texans a little bit more draft capital should they want to trade up. That's the gist of that pick. And then, I have a hard time thinking they're going to have an 80 pick gap between when they select. I would think Caserio does something to get into the 5th round.
It is S&L DraftMania. Landry Locker, Cody Stoots here with you. So they just showed Genty's high school, and Lone Star High School in Frisco. I didn't even know this.
You didn't know Ashton Genty was from Houston, from Texas?
I don't know what Lone Star High School is. Is that just a new place? I had no idea.
Well, there's all sorts of
Frisco's blowing up. I do know
there's all sorts of stuff blowing up in Frisco. Like, there's probably a new high school every couple of years.
What high school you go to? I go to Lone Star High School.
They're putting Universal Studios up there. For those that like Universal Studios. Okay, this is, somewhat noteworthy. We talked about it a moment ago. The Giants are going to pick up the 5th-year option on Kayvon Thibodeau.
Okay, so there you go.
So that's
scary ass defense
if they decide to keep him and trade him. If I was the Jets, I would take Banks. If I was an idiot and thought that another tackle was better, I guess it's Mimbu. But if I was the Jets, I would also just take Tyler Warren if I didn't think that Banks was good enough. So, man, I do not want the Indianapolis Colts to get Tyler Warren. And they tried to trade up for Brock Bowers last year. They could be on the phone trying to get Warren.
Well, apparently, the Rams are another team to keep an eye on, apparently, for that, because apparently the Rams were intrigued with Bowers, and that's another Rossini report.
That's a lot. I mean, well, they're the F them picks team. So if they had to go into the next year's haul.
So let's just lay this out for the people. It is S&L DraftMania. Landry Locker, Cody Stoots with you. We appreciate you for riding along with us. Hope you'll be with us at Karbach on Saturday at 11 a.m., as well as streaming the draft tomorrow, day 2, which setting up to be pretty interesting. Obviously, that interest could decrease at the sake of increased interest here, assuming that the Texans trade up. So there's always that possibility, that possible scenario. But as we're looking at like the Banks fall, and we've believed strongly that that's the only guy worth trading up, that's probably the best possibility. This is a big hurdle here if you're one of the people like holding on hope to that, because the Jets need offensive line. It's one of the worst kept secrets in the world. So what do the Jets do here? Roger Goodell is making the announcement, and
The Jets have gone offensive line. They're going with Armand Mimbu, though, the offensive tackle out of Missouri. So Mimbu goes number 7 overall. You got Carolina, New Orleans, and we'll see what the hell they do.
Armand Mimbu, huh?
That is the pick.
Anytime you can draft a right tackle 7th overall, you go and you do that. You go and you do that. Never change, Jets. Never change.
Is Jake Asman pumped about this?
Probably not. Probably not. I would think no. Man, the Bears are going to take Banks at 10. That's my thought.
It would be a smart pick by them.
What would you do if you're Carolina?
God. Do they want to take one of the receivers?
I mean, Adam Thielen's not playing forever.
I mean,
you know what I would do if I was Carolina? I would take Tyler Warren.
I mean, crazier things have happened.
I'm going to say that for every team except for the Cowboys until he gets picked.
Sure, you don't think the Cowboys would take him? Ferguson's a disaster now.
What happened to him? Oh, he married one of the TikTok twins?
He's just a weasel.
He's in the Pro Bowl.
When, this year?
Yeah, wasn't he?
No, I think 2 years ago. I think he's kind of fallen off a little bit.
He was in the Pro Bowl.
Oh, okay, well, that was courteous. He must know someone. Uh-oh, the pick is in. Carolina ain't wasting time. Whoever they got, they like.
This could be an edge rusher. This could be
whoever they got, they like.
This could be an offensive lineman. This could be
a lot. They need a lot. They're kind of in the position the Texans were in when they sucked.
What about, I mean, Shamar Stewart, Texas A&M, could be, maybe a little early for him, but he had a perfect athleticism.
He's got a wide range, my friend.
He had a perfect athleticism score, so people think he could be a freak.
He was on my flight on the way back from that in his uniform, if you haven't heard.
It's a good story.
By the way, be sure to subscribe to Cody Stoots' channel and The Locker Room, which will be live after this with Mike Meltzer. Yeah, he was in his combine uniform. Told him, good job, man. Good job, man.
He
was wearing a 49ers backpack, though.
He annihilated people for 2 days at the Senior Bowl and then left early and then went to the combine and destroyed the combine. And now he's going to be a big-time first-round pick, I would think.
Well, he had 1.5 sacks last year, which is kind of a polarizing thing for football fans. I know sacks aren't everything, but 1.5, man.
I blame Elko. And by the way, if
you're blaming Tickle Me Elko?
If you're playing S&L DraftaMania 2025, Cody mentions the Senior Bowl was one of the spots. So.
Oh God.
you may hit the dauber on that one a few times.
Oh Lord. Yeah.
Ashton Genty falls past 6 is not going to hit.
Carolina, we're still waiting on the pick.
There you go. So there's DraftaMania bingo.
We will
2 commercials as 2 picks went in is unacceptable from the NFL.
Well, you gotta pay the bills.
You ain't never hate.
Swarm.
Joseph Fuentes says, what if the Clots of Indy select is able to replace their guard that just retired? Landry and Stoots, only place to get your Texans coverage. Thank you, my friend. That would be cool.
I have seen some people say offensive line for them, but there's enough.
They want Tyler Warren, man.
Yeah, there's enough stuff elsewhere where they would maybe not go with that.
Justin says, just got off work. We made a trade. Yes, they did. They got some day 3 picks.
They got 2 6th and a 7th for their 5th this year and their 5th in 2027.
Dietology says, would you trade down to KC, then again with QB1 and team for even more picks. I'm always, yeah. We're
yeah.
Yeah. We're trading.
Oh, yeah.
Jeremiah Chavez. My wife just saw y'all on my screen and said they look like fatheads. Hope we trade back to the second round. Like a fathead, like taped to the thing, or I have a fathead.
Like the thing you put on the wall, like of an athlete?
Yeah, like what? Like that or what? I don't know.
We also don't know what size screen he's put us on. Like, is he watching us on the phone? Is he got us on?
Do they still have fatheads?
I thought the company went out of business or got purchased or something.
Yeah, it was a cool concept while it lasted.
It was a very cool concept while it lasted.
BG says just broke 1K deep tonight. Hit that like. Yeah, hit that like. Go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, if you'd have told us months ago when the S&L channel started, I'd have told you this is going to be the biggest stream we have. So we're going to have a lot of fun tonight.
Yeah, it happens. Post-game shows, these, all that. It's all good. And if you aren't subscribed or new, and we would love for you to subscribe to the S&L channel. We'd love for you to subscribe to the Locker Room featuring myself and Cody Stoots' channel. So that'll be much appreciated. And we'd also love for you to join us Saturday at Karbach, 11 a.m. to take this all in. Let's feast. Let's eat. The pick is in. The Carolina Panthers, number 8 overall. What are they going to do? Dave Tepper, what's he going to do? Bryce Young. Is this the first time they've selected a first-round pick to put Bryce? Well, they traded up for Leggett last year. I think you've muted yourself, dude.
They traded up for Xavier Leggett. That's also on the bingo card. You're muted. Let's go ahead and hit that one.
Number 8 selection, Tet McMillan.
Oh, they jacked this up real bad.
Hey, so this means that and he is number 19 on Daniel Jeremiah's list, but you do know what this means, right?
What does this mean?
The trade with the Cowboys is very much alive. Because
they really like
McMillan. They like McMillan. I know this for a fact. They like McMillan. I think that's they were hoping was there. So it is very much alive.
Boy, that is a bad job by Carolina. That does not feel like the organization that's going to get this guy locked in. And as a West Coast guy, you go to Charlotte. You're a West Coast guy that grew up in Hawaii, grew up in California, spent your college career in Arizona. Now you're in Charlotte. Well, I mean, I don't know. Have you ever seen a map of the United States, Landry? They're very different places and climates and geographies and everything.
Do you think the Texans would have even taken McMillan at 25? Being serious.
No.
Yeah, if love football is the thing, maybe he talked him into it. I don't know. I mean, I feel like Bryce Young could do something with them. So they have him and Leggett. That's a very
Him, Xavier Leggett, and Adam Thielen's expiring body.
Oh, the Saints are pumped. The Saints are pumped.
This is another Kelvin Banks spot.
Pick is in. Whoever it is, they like it. Kelvin Banks watch.
You got to love when you're outrunning a bunch of New Mexico Lobos in your highlights.
Kelvin Banks trade up watch. This is a pivotal one. The Saints, if you are a Kelvin Banks guy.
By the way, on day 3, when the Texans select Kyle Williams, I'll be talking about how difficult the New Mexico Lobos defense is and how he dominated them. How far did he have to walk to get on the stage? Good Lord.
Yeah, it's a walk, dude. Damn, that's a pretty power move by McMillan. He put the lay on Goodell, making him represent Hawaii. Okay, I see you. Give him his flowers, Stoots. Give him his respect.
Oh, he had one for Goodell. That is actually really cool.
Put him on him, so he made him respect his culture. Like when you get off a plane in Hawaii, boom.
That is actually pretty cool.
That's a legit gesture right there by McMillan.
Yeah,
okay.
if he was if he was really good at medical stuff and he got selected to go be a resident at Stanford, he'd do the same thing to the attending physician at Stanford because he just likes football because it makes him money, not because he loves football.
Will Kunkel on the super chat.
You ain't never hate.
Swarm.
He said, I just want your attention. I love you both. Keep killing this stream. G Unit. Do you know G Unit?
Yeah, it's 50 Cent.
Okay, just making sure. You never heard Project Bitch. So
I know that it's not G Unit. I know that it's supposed to be G Unit.
Did you not understand I was doing my Liam Cohen, dude? Did you not understand I was doing my Liam Cohen? Okay, well.
I didn't catch that.
Welcome. Okay. Anyway, Kunkel's at NRG, right? Yeah, he's at the
draft.
The draft coverage. I'm sure they're having a lovely time there in that press box, man. Justin Pearson on the soup says Giants going to trade up to 25 for Jackson Dart. Wouldn't mind it.
Come on with it.
Don't threaten me with a good time, my friend.
That'd be fun.
Don't threaten me with a good time.
I don't like that for Carolina. Obviously, if we just have him pegged wrong, but I don't feel like we do.
I just don't think he should be the number one receiver. Like, if we were talking about him in the range of like a third or fourth, I'm not saying like in this draft he doesn't belong in the conversation, and we don't know what it's going to look like down the road, but I just feel like a guy like McMillan should be someone that you're talking about like in the 20s or something like that, not, well, this guy's top 15. I think this is just a bad receiver group, and we can mark that when he becomes like the best player of all time. H. Keller says the S&L team, let's make a members-only flag or 7-on-7. I am retired from that, sir.
I'll come watch if you get 6 other folks and a couple of backups, but you do not want my fat ass running around out there.
Oh, yeah, that's for sure.
All right, it could have been.
I can't agree with you. Like, what
could have been? No, you didn't need to say anything, bud.
What? I can't even agree without getting treated like this. All right, the pick is in.
Is Mickey Loomis smacking his gum?
The pick is in.
Here we go. Let's see.
The New Orleans Saints. Are they going to take Kelvin Banks? Is Banks watch dead?
I got it. This is what.
Yes, it is. Kelvin Banks Jr. has been selected.
Yeah, Kelvin Banks. There he is. I said a few weeks ago, I don't know how he's not a more highly rated player amongst people. I don't understand how he's not a surefire top 10 guy. And here he is, top 10. Doesn't go that far from home.
Good for him, man. There was, I don't think he was getting scrutinized. I mean, there was talk about him being a guard, and there was, I don't think media scouts really had the best evaluation of him, but this is appropriate. This is much more appropriate than the pre-draft talk. And I think this is probably the biggest mistake the media scouts made. And we see it right here. Top 5 most mentioned with the Texans: Banks, Booker, Abuka, Simmons, Zabel. You can cross off Banks. And then now we just wonder what's going to happen with that. Dang, is this a Jaden Blue highlight tape or a, okay. Hey, Sark, why don't you get him the ball the next week? Never mind. Anyway, but yeah, he's doing a nice job, dude. He's doing a nice job.
Man, I feel bad for him because he just went to such a disaster of an organization.
They're trying to figure things out.
Landry, they screwed up
Carr's contract. Look at that chain.
They screwed up Carr's contract.
His grandmama didn't give him that chain. Good Lord.
And then Carr faked a shoulder injury, so you don't have to play for him.
He's crying. Look at that emotion, man. Caserio and D'Amico are not happy right now. I will say that. I think that they really just, I don't know if they bought into the noise, but I think there was hope. I truly believe that had the Cowboys been there at noon or been there at 12, I said 12 noon, same thing. I think that the Texans would have strongly considered trading with the Cowboys.
I would tell you I'm amending my trade up conversation.
Okay.
I'm amending my trade up conversation.
Yeah.
Go get Tyler Warren. Let's really spice this thing up. Let's really transform this offense.
Oh, wow.
I love tight ends. That's what the new offensive coordinator said. I love tight ends. Go get Tyler Warren and really get this thing going. I thought he'd be off the board by 7. He's still hanging around. Go get Tyler Warren. Keep him out of Indianapolis.
I mean, I like him more than any of these receivers. That's for damn sure.
I was talking to my buddy Grant in Wisconsin today on the radio about this draft. If you told me in 3 years, 2 of the 4 best pass catchers from this draft are tight ends, I'd believe you. I really would. I believe Loveland and Tyler Warren will be 2 of the best pass catchers in this draft.
Yeah, I would agree. Yeah. And I think that you might be able to say that in a lot of drafts. It's kind of unfair because we talk about how piss poor this wide receiver group is, at least like before the draft, but those guys are really talented tight ends, man. Like Tyler Warren's, obviously Bowers would have gone over him, but it's a talented group, man. It's a talented duo, I should say.
The NFL schedule will release on Wednesday, May 14th.
Okay. Schedule day. And you know what that means? The landlocked schedule game has moved to all digital, no longer on the radio. Very unappreciated on the radio. The landlocked schedule game where we do the extreme simulation.
Well, they didn't steal that from you too?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe.
What? Okay. The folks probably want a super stream for the schedule release, right?
Yeah, we got that.
Okay.
Barney Graham says, love the stream, guys. The draft experience is so much better. Cha-ching, ching. Thank you, Barney Graham.
Thank you, Barney.
David White. Cody just wanted to say Barney because he thinks Barney's cool to say. David White says, there goes Landry's fat phobia kicking in. When did that kick in? What did I say?
When you had your little comment about me being a bad athlete.
Oh, when I agreed with you and was being a good friend? Yeah, that's real rich of you to say.
All right, Nick is in here for the Bears.
Yes, it is. Rickenstein says, Banks gone. Still taking those shots, Cody. Nope.
I'm
not. Unless.
The Josh Simmons scenario is the shots.
T. Perez says, trade back and ask Cody if he knows UGK. Do you know UGK?
I am familiar with UGK.
Okay, good. James R. says, I'll never forgive y'all for making me think Banks was a real possibility. We never did that.
I've told you for a long time, James, that I didn't think he was going to be available.
Yeah, we did not say that. We said he was mentioned. I said that of the people mentioned, this was the question with Bristol. Of the people mentioned, I said I didn't think it happened, but if he was there, yes, he was very with Banks gone, trade back, or who you take.
I would stick
a pick. How this shapes up.
I'd stick a pick right now, or I'd trade
Tyler
Warren.
Tyler Warren is who Cody wants. Cody wants to trade up.
I'd go Tyler. I'd call Dallas. You already probably talked to him about the parameters of a trade, and I'd just say, hey.
The Colts are very, 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 very intense right now.
Walter Payton, thank you for everything you did for football. Can we get the pick in, please?
Oh my gosh.
We also
the Bears have selected a tight end, but his name is Colston Loveland. Colston Loveland is the pick. The most surprising moment of the draft up to this point. The Chicago Bears have selected Colston Loveland, number 10 overall. The San Francisco 49ers are on the clock.
Well, if San Fran wanted to do something really fun, Tyler Warren's in the George Kittle mold. What if you had 2 George Kittles? Wow, I don't look, I understand the potential for Loveland to be a better receiver than Tyler Warren. I just don't know if he's going to be a better all-around tight end. Well, San Fran wasted no time. That pick is already in, so that should be coming any moment now. I like Loveland. We talked about Loveland if he fell to the Texans, maybe taking that swing. Man, that offense in Chicago, whoo. That's a fun offense. And I got to imagine that Cole Kmet's weekly radio show or digital show just got canceled.
No, they might be going too tight, man.
Hit too tight with Cole Kmet and Colston Loveland.
Too tight, baby. Cole and Cole. Cole and Cole. We got to market this. Cole and Cole. How about that, though? So the 49ers, there was a report that George Kittle wants to hold out. He wants to be the highest paid tight end in the league.
You can end that. So the 49ers have been dumping money this offseason. They're also about to pay Brock Purdy. Their ownership just bought a soccer team.
Yeah, the talk is that they're trying to be cheap.
Yeah, so if you don't, is George Kittle available?
I don't know, but
I would trade for George Kittle if he was available. If this pick is Tyler Warren, I'm calling the 49ers about George Kittle.
Gosh, you just want everybody now.
But no, doesn't that make sense?
I guess.
If the 49ers take Warren to basically replace Kittle, he wants money. The Texans aren't afraid to throw a bunch of cash around. Hell, they made Jalen Petrie the highest paid nickel cornerback. He played 12 games. That's got it. I wonder if Colston Loveland got an idea this was coming. I also have to imagine there's a lot of Michigan fans in Chicago.
All right, so we use this as the gospel. We've mentioned this a few times. Like Jeremiah had Warren 6 and Loveland 7 as his overall prospects, and he was
very high on those guys.
Well, he respected these two so much that he created a Kelsey and Gronk category for each one. Like it doesn't get much more respectful than that. So he didn't see like a wide gap. And we just there needs to be, like, with all the noise, there needs to be like some sort of home base to like talk about prospect rankings. So Daniel Jeremiah's the direction we went. So do with that what you want, but that's where he had the list.
I thought highly of both of those guys as well. I obviously still think highly of Tyler Warren. I am a bit surprised. I gotta remember. Loveland was like plus 400 to be the first tight end selected. So somebody probably made a little bit of cash on that.
On the Loveland?
Yeah, he was plus 400. He was plus 400 to be the first tight end selected.
Man, I thought the odds would be higher than that. It's a little bit crazy.
I'm surprised by the Colston Loveland selection.
Wags on the soup. Did Cody just say trade your 2026 first for Warren? That's what I heard.
That's not what I said.
That's what I heard. Thank you very much.
That's not what I said.
Yes, he did. It's on the Cody hypocritical Olympics are on. And now.
No, I told you I adjusted my conversation about trading up.
No, I know.
Okay. I'm allowed to change my opinion.
Yes, you are. And sports are fluid. What's true today might not be true tomorrow. Shout out to Jean-Jacques Taylor. One Mortal 2 says Texans need their own Daniels 2 with Warren with 12. First of all, Owen Daniels ain't Tyler Warren. He's good. Tyler Warren's
Tyler Warren would maybe immediately be the second best tight end in team history before he plays a snap.
Do you guys think a trade up is still a possibility? Asks Barney again. Barney Graham.
Barney Graham's a great name.
Is that real?
Yes, I would tell you a trade up is still a possibility. I would tell you a big trade up is less likely, but it's still a possibility that they trade up a little bit. What are the 49ers going to do?
They need defense.
Yeah, they've had a bunch of defensive linemen.
Mar Stewart was wearing a 49ers backpack when I saw it when he was on my flight on the way back from the combine.
Shamar Stewart and Baby Bosa.
Do they need DBs? Could they take Barron here?
Barron or the Michigan kid, Will Johnson. I wonder if they would have liked Mason Graham to fall to them. Let's see here.
The Shador Sanders War Room picks have started.
So they went to it earlier in the broadcast and nobody was there. Nobody was sitting on the couches. Nobody was there. And I think they had to move the camera to where everybody was actually sitting.
So San Fran's interesting.
Boy, they're hammering this Shador Sanders thing. They're doing it. The starting quarterbacks for the next 10 teams.
Got to, man. Got to start figuring that out. So right now, trade up for Warren is the Cody hot take. That's the current hottest take here in the S&L stream. Appreciate everyone for rolling through. Kelvin Banks, the dream has died. A moderate trade by the Texans. Tyler Warren to Indy, still alive as Colston Loveland has been selected. And if you were hoping for a tackle, probably not the best situation for the Texans, unless Cody's guy gets picked. But
Josh Simmons, don't do it, Texans.
But the 49ers pick is in.
So we can't do the pick is in, and then the clock basically takes the same amount of time from when the pick is in. Like, that's not right.
So you think ESPN needs to?
Okay, we got a veteran announcing this one, so I understand the wait.
Is he announcing it or is he just saying something?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Oh, okay. Guess they announced it. Okay. No, it was like a thing.
Oh, is it a certain PSA or something?
I guess.
Edge feels like a pretty safe bet here for them.
So we can mark one of these off. The first round faller, Ted McMillan, is gone.
He actually ended up going higher than I expected him to go.
And then, but Walter Nolan and Luther Burden are the other two to keep an eye on as to whether or not they're going to fall. San Francisco is selecting the 49ers with the 11th pick. Go with Michael Williams, edge out of UGA. Little raw. Is this a Robert Saleh pick? Is Robert Saleh already?
This is perfect for Robert Saleh and what he brings to the table. Williams is probably the best run-stopping defensive end in this class. So they've got Bosa on one edge. They've got him in there to stop the run. Probably a little higher than most people expected him to go. He was hurt this year, but he was still awesome for Georgia.
So
that's the gist I got for you of Michael Williams.
Okay. Now
you've been telling me the Cows might want to move back.
They might want to move back, or they might like Golden. This is
Golden's not a bad pick.
I also got another name thrown my way as a potential Cowboy pick. Tyler Booker.
Ugh.
Yeah, that would be crazy.
That'd be pretty early.
That would be very early. But you never know, man. I think McMillan would have been the pick, but now their pick is in. So that means we'll get the announcement in like 15 minutes from Roger Goodell.
The Cowboys aren't really they don't scramble if their guy goes off. Like, they're not like a freak out team.
No, they're better when that happens. That's how they ended up with Zach Martin. That's how they ended up with Travis Frederick. That's how they ended up with Micah Parsons. That's how they ended up with CeeDee Lamb the day that he snatched the phone from his girlfriend. Yeah. That's
man. If they took Booker, that would be.
Yeah, I was told a while ago, and I'll tell you what time the text was. Like I said with Booker, 8:11. They said, "Look out for Booker."
So Daniel Jeremiah has been pounding the table for Booker, saying he's a top 20 talent, and he spent some time in the top 20 in his top 50. Where did he finish on Daniel Jeremiah's top 150?
Who, Booker?
Yeah. Because Booker was really high. Daniel Jeremiah was probably the most high guy on Tyler
17.
Booker. Yeah, so he finished a top 20 guy for Daniel Jeremiah. And he never really moved off of him being a top 20 guy. Oh, I like Tyler Booker. Taking him at 12 is crazy. I like Tyler Booker. I like Tyler Booker, but taking him at 12 is crazy. Now we know why the Texans loaded up in case they needed to trade up, because they felt like their guy was going to go high too. This changes the board big time here. This changes the board big time for the Texans, because Booker, to me, would have been the ultimate. He's there at 25. They just take him. If he slipped a little bit further down the board, maybe a trade up to get him. But, you know, they did a lot of work on Donovan Jackson. It's the Ohio State guard.
So
tackle.
the Colts are taking Warren, then no questions asked, right?
The Colts are going to get to stay at 14 and take Tyler Warren. That's going to be that. You know, it's unfortunate they don't have a quarterback, because that's a really, really scary offense.
Yeah, I mean, I don't see. Depending on what happens with Miami, you can still hop the Colts. Everybody knows the Colts wants Tyler Booker. Everybody knows Miami wants to trade back.
If you knew that Tyreek Hill was about to be done with your team,
Golden.
no, take Tyler Warren.
Oh, okay. So just kind of replace.
You don't think Mike McDaniel can figure out how to use that guy? Like if you knew Tyreek Hill was in trouble and he was good, and like this is basically the last year you're signing up for that BS. Waddle's paid. Jonnu Smith is not. I mean, he's fine. He's not Tyler Warren, and Warren gives you a different element. Why not take Tyler Warren if you're Miami? Let Mike McDaniel cook. Just don't let him get to the Colts, man. That would piss me off.
Super chat.
You ain't never hate.
Swarming on them hoes. Call it. Does ESPN go to commercial when we pick?
Oh yeah, that happens. That should have been on the bingo card. Damn it.
Six Strings Bent says, love S&L. Wish I could make it to Karbach. Landry. First, it's Pace Picante sauce, then Hooters wings. Holy shit, disgusting. Cody, cool runnings, number one, easy. All right. First of all, Pace Picante is just solid. It's there. But you know the number one snack like mix? Like, and this is, I promise you, this is unbelievable.
Oh, here we go.
Okay, you're questioning this?
Yeah, because it looks gross when you do it. I know what you're going to say.
You take the hell of a good sour cream dip. By the way, dip it in dip kettle cook Lay's with the hell of a good dip. That's number one. Number two, if you get some chips, put some Pace Picante with the hell of a good, mix it up. It's pink. Boom. You're welcome. Thank you very much. Andrew on the soup. When either Zabel or Donovan Jackson go, we got to trade up and get the other one. So he wants to aggressively trade up and get an offensive line no matter what. He wants one of these guys. So he is under the mindset that the Texans should be.
I see what he's saying now.
He's not saying you got to get one of these guards, man, because now the best guard is gone. The visions of having your pick of the guard is gone, and now you got to trade up and get one of these other ones.
You know what this does? This pushes Emeka Egbuka right into their lap. I'll tell you this. There's a couple of guard teams that they got to get both those guys past. It's a couple of guard teams. They got to get both those guys past because Seattle could take a guard. The Bengals could take a guard. So there's definitely some guard teams you've got to get past. Arizona probably wouldn't take a guard. The Chargers could take a guard. I mean, so if you feel like you have to have one of those two, I get it. you feel like you have to trade up or whatever. But there's some guard teams you got to get past.
Yeah. Do you think the need is like that dire to where you just have to figure it out? And I'm not sitting here saying it's good. I'm just saying, like, based on what you could get in day 2, and there have been some intriguing options. Like, is it that desperate of a position to where you trade up for a guard?
It's, again, not for me. I would not trade up for these guards. I would not. And if the guards come off the board and Igbuka comes off the board, cool. Draft Walter Nolan from Ole Miss and turn into a super defense.
Turn into a super defense. Okay. Now let's see what happens here. Indianapolis, Mike McDaniel. We know he's an offensive coach. We know their offensive line sucks, but we also seen the top 3 tackles gone. I think there may be a scenario where much like the Cowboys in this range, we're looking corner and they ended up having to settle for Micah Parsons. This is like the ultimate, like when you talk about draft for need or draft for best player available, like when you're sitting at 13 and the top 3 players at a position that you need are gone, and that chances are that could mean that an elite talent falls to you. So the Miami Dolphins, they could make this really interesting for all parties involved. If the Dolphins are willing to,
is this all part of Nick Caserio's plan?
I don't think he could have predicted.
Nick has a plan.
Well, Tyler Booker, I don't think they anticipated him going 12. I think I actually think I might be projecting. I actually think they probably thought, okay, this guy's going to be here, and we need offensive line, and we get along with Tyler Booker, so maybe he's the guy to go to. So,
what's the boring thing the Dolphins could do?
Is Walker boring?
Jalen Walker?
I mean, he's clearly the best player available. Like, it's not like when you say boring, I'm thinking like,
a corner would be kind of boring because they're going to try to trade Jalen Ramsey.
Oh, like Barron replace Ramsey.
Yeah.
I don't know what Miami's doing. I know that Mike McDaniel's on that
high-grade marijuana called Kush on the streets.
Yes, he is. He knows how to blow the vape.
And if you're playing S&L DraftaMania bingo, high-grade drop was on there. So there you are. If you're keeping track at home, Laramie Fowler has made an appearance. So he's a check on here.
Yeah, we're going to go to Laramie Fowler in a second. He's been all over it. He said he's been all over this whole thing. We actually got him with the Texans.
Kelvin Banks top 10 was a bingo. So
we've already talked about the Colts. Let's see what the Miami Dolphins got to do. Here we go. Damn, that's some good production there. Like WrestleMania on steroids.
I do really like the floating 3D graphics. That's a very cool TV feature that has been added to events. Hey, Raj, would it kill you to put some pep in your step, bud? We've been sitting on this for 20 minutes here.
Kenneth Grant is the pick to the Miami Dolphins. You didn't even want him in the second.
Oh, I'd have taken him in the second, but cool. That's boring.
Kenneth Grant out of Michigan. 31st on Daniel Jeremiah's list.
I said they should take Tyler Warren. They took Kenneth Grant.
So the Colts stay put, and they might get their guy.
Sometimes you go.
The pick is in for Indy.
Sometimes you go Jeremy Fowler. Sometimes you go Laramie Fowler, and then sometimes you go Aaron Wilson, and you cover both your bases by saying Tyler Grant.
Hey, let's get that report though from Laramie Fowler. Those of you that just tuned in and missed it, Laramie Fowler had a report on the Colts. He already nailed the Jags.
I'd see what the Colts report from when he joined us earlier.
Yeah, when he joined us earlier, this was Laramie Fowler. Let's see if he nails this. He's 1 for 1 so far. Cody, Landry, Laramie Fowler here outside of the Colts war room. Chris Ballard, he was talking to the media. I think he's still talking to the media over there. But I'm told by someone close to the organization that they're all in on Tyler Warren, or they could all be all in on Colston Loveland out of Michigan. Also told they could be all in on an offensive lineman or a guard. And I'm also told they could possibly take a kicker or a gunner or a deep snapper. Back to you guys.
We'll see.
I'm sick that the Colts are just going to get to sit here and pick Tyler Warren. This disgusts me.
You think this is a worst case scenario?
This is all the Bears' fault. No, this is all Cleveland's fault. No, I don't know. You know what? No. This is the stupid Jets' fault for taking a right tackle at 7 instead of one of the most dynamic offensive players in this draft. Screw you, New York.
Dude.
I hope you have to fire Aaron Glenn after 2 years.
Man, this is their perfect dream.
I'm going to go throw up.
So we've had in the AFC South, we've had Cam Ward, Tyler Warren, and Travis Hunter enter the division. How about that?
Oh, I don't know. Just the AFC South, the top quarterback in this draft, the top wide receiver in this draft, and the top tight end, assuming they take Tyler Warren, is going to all come to the AFC South.
I will say this, though. It's a pretty weak quarterback class. It's a pretty weak wide receiver class. If we're being fair.
Sure.
So that's one good thing about it.
Now everybody who gets inside info from Chris Ballard is just going to be like, oh, Chris Ballard's such a good team manager. This pisses me off.
Yeah, you notice he was still talking to the media, man. Planting stories over there. According to our guy.
Dang it. The Dolphins could have got Kenneth Grant at 25. You should have just traded with him, get Tyler Warren.
Tyler Warren's going to be a good player. Obviously, the Bears think that Colston Loveland's the better option. So
I'm sick.
You're sick? It's that bad for you?
It's not just that. It's not that he went there. Like, if they had to trade up to get him, I'd be like, okay, they went and got him. They didn't even have to do anything. They sat around, and these other teams do stupid things, and then the Colts benefit from it.
Yeah, you can. I mean, sometimes it goes like that, man.
Damn. Also, if you're playing bingo at home, Colts tight end or offensive lineman. Go ahead and mark it on your dauber.
This is an exciting day for the jersey sales in the AFC South. I will say that.
Yeah, it's been big Jersey Day sale, that's for sure. Dang it. Okay, so I'm officially out on any trade up from here on out.
Okay, so you're out on that.
I'm out on any trade up from here on out. I wouldn't trade up for these guards.
Yeah, because this is a trade up spot. The Falcons.
Yeah, I wouldn't trade up for anybody.
Golden Watch is there if someone wants Golden.
The Falcons are going to take a defensive end or defensive lineman. That would be my thought here. Mike Green.
Or you think they're going to go Walker?
No, they would go with someone a little bit more traditional defense.
I mean, the GM said, he's from Georgia, bro. Get a little buzz going, man. You get a little help that defense and create some excitement. You got some dogs. Little UGA. Yay or nay?
I would put Mike Green with the Falcons before I'd put Walker with them. Why did Tyler Warren's high school got a live shot? Did we need that?
So did Genty's. That's how I knew that thing. Hey, I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. I'll be back and give me timing. Give me 2 minutes.
2 minutes and Go.
All right, there you go.
All right, so 2 minutes for Landry as he goes and hits the restroom. All right, let's go. Gosh, I forgot. We got to catch up with the super chats. We'll do that while Landry's away. Raphael, Pace Picante, some white people stuff. Race card. I also like Pace Picante. I also am white. Appreciate you, Raphael. Paul from across the pond. Cody, looks like no brunettes for us. Trade back for Tate. Yeah, trade back for Tate Ratledge is not the worst idea in the world. And yeah, those brunettes not always been nice to the codester. LaDarren Reed, based on the trend, I would rather trade back. I agree. I think we're all in favor of the trade back situation. So big fan of that. CB, Cody, can I get a hat with your Houston football logo? And he says trade up. I have some. I believe we're going to give one away or two away at Karbach on Saturday. If you don't win the giveaway, there should be some coming up here before the start of the season. So we'll eventually, I'm going to update the logo to the new version. Austin Savage says, what about Amarion Hampton? I mean, if all the guards are gone and Igbuka's gone, you could do a lot worse than the next Joe Mixon. So I would be fine with Amarion Hampton. Dom from New Jersey, Emeka Egbuka or Matthew Golden, please, then a kicker to replace Kaimi Fairbairn. No. I mean,
Egbuka or Golden, please.
Sure, but they're not. Don't draft a kicker. It's a waste of a draft pick.
Unless he's awesome.
No, I don't care if he's awesome. Love from Malta. 3:33 a.m. here, but love listening.
Shout out to Malta.
Could you pick Malta out on a map?
I could not.
I could not either.
I don't know where Malta is. I'll be honest. I'm just shouting it out. I have no clue where the hell it is.
Malta is an island south of Sicily, which is in the southern part of Italy.
Dude, that's sick.
Malta, Sam's, I know nothing about the country, but looking at where it is situated in the world, it seems like
they got some grub. I bet they got some grub. That is fresh ass pasta, man.
Tell me more about Malta, please.
Yeah, tell me more.
333. Thank you for staying up and listening too. By the way, thank you for the super chat.
By the way, Atlanta taking their time.
Yeah, screw them.
And I heard the guy call me a honky because Pace Picante. I just think Pace Picante, it mixes good with hell of a good.
Yeah, it's a nice. I mean, it's a nice floor salsa.
I think it's the best. I think it's the best with like homemade tacos, like with the hard shell, because it's like it's kind of chunky. I just think with like hard shell tacos, like when you have a taco night, just a nasty ass just taco night. I think it's
you're not trying to get it too fancy. Yeah, for sure.
Mel Kiper has Josh Simmons as his 5th best player available.
Well,
how does that make you feel?
It's been years since I've really paid close attention to what Mel's doing.
Oh, wow. You sound like the freaking Colts GM back in the day. Who the hell is Mel Kiper?
No, I respect everything that Mel Kiper's brought to the table, but I quit paying attention to his.
Who the hell is this guy?
Really, we all should have stopped when he did the Jimmy Clausen thing.
My neighbor doesn't even work in the NFL, and they know more about the draft than Mel Kiper. Who is this guy?
I'll be back in a second. Catch us up on these supers.
All right, there you go. Shout out to everyone for joining us. So if you're just tuning in, the most localized news, the AFC South is crowded with star power. Now, we know that this is a weak QB class. We know this is a weak wide receiver class, but the top player at each of those positions will be in the AFC South. We started the day with what we already knew. Cam Ward's going to go play for the old Oilers and Amy Adams-Stank with the Titans. Then the Jags, they trade up. They get Travis Hunter. And the Colts, there was talk, and it was a worst-kept secret, that they wanted Tyler Warren. And bada bing, bada boom, Tyler Warren goes to Indianapolis. They don't even have to trade up and get him. He's actually the second tight end taken behind Colston Loveland. It is the S&L DraftaMania. Be sure to join us Saturday at 11 at Karbach. Going to the super chats.
You ain't never hate.
Swarm.
Zach says the Dolphins getting Ibuka at this rate. Maybe that was a little delayed. HDAV Traveler says, I kind of feel bad fortune Warren. He's got LaFar Jackson throwing in the ball. He does, or does he have Daniel Jones? And I don't know which one is better.
It's not exactly an upgrade.
Yeah, I don't know. I think Jones is better, and he's the guy. But yeah, I feel you. Draft Stoots at 25. That would be the worst pick ever.
Yep. No debate there.
But yeah, so that's where we are right now. If we're going by Daniel Jeremiah's best available, his top 5 best available are Jalen Walker, Jahdae Barron, Jahad Campbell, the linebacker out of Alabama, Omarion Hampton, running back out of UNC, and Matthew Golden, the wide receiver out of Texas.
Somebody, I lost the comment here. I was going to put it up on the screen. Someone goes, do the Texans even have a linebacker that can cover Tyler Warren? Don't you remember? Jalen Petrie makes $10 million a year now. He's covering Tyler Warren.
Yeah, it's Jalen Petrie versus Warren.
Does that make you feel good?
Yeah, how does that make you feel?
Yeah. If I was in a therapist's office, we'd be having a long conversation.
So let's revisiting the top 5 day one storylines, and how they currently sit as opposed to when we first brought these to the forefront. Caserio movement. We saw an early trade, day 3. Jags at 5. They traded the hell up, so that one was crazy. Indy's Warren obsession. They could sit there and just chill, and they got him. And then the OL or bust thing is kind of shaping up interestingly because 2 of the guys that have been mentioned the most, I roll with the Kelvin Banks mentions. He's gone, but the Tyler Warren at 12, pretty surprising. I think you would agree. And then the big 3 wide receivers, Tet McMillan gone, Abuka and Golden still available. Keep an eye on the Golden slide. That might intensify, and maybe that's someone that the Texans would be willing to trade up for. So those are the storylines there.
Jalen Walker, the 15th overall pick, the linebacker / defensive end from Georgia, hangs around in that state going to the Atlanta Falcons.
So there you go. So Jalen Walker, very good player. If you're looking for defense, you got a defensive-minded coach. Raheem Morris has Jalen Walker, who pretty much probably owes his performance against Kelvin Banks at least 16% of his signing bonus, I would say. Although Quinn Ewers deserves that too, because Quinn Ewers didn't really help the cause with the pocket presence.
Okay, so
anyway,
Cardinals, total unknown here because I don't know what they're going to do.
They liked Banks.
They liked Banks. I heard from a couple of different draft people that I was watching that they liked Mykel Williams, who went off the board to San Francisco.
They also could. They're not going to go wide receiver crazy.
I mean, Golden's better than everybody they have except for Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah, so maybe they consider Golden here.
Maybe. I only asked because
who would you take?
I would take. I'd take Malachi Starks.
At 16.
Because Buda Baker's not gonna be there forever.
Okay. Why wouldn't you just take Omen Wari then? Even Wari.
I mean, I guess I could take him too. DB for them, Michigan's Johnson, Jahdae Barron. I don't know. Do they need defensive linemen? Walter Nolan's probably a good fit for them. What don't you think? Do you think Jonathan Gannon could get him on the straight and narrow? I don't know. They're a weird team.
I would take Walter Nolan. Like, that would be my pick. I would take Walter Nolan. I would not hesitate. I'm very pleased getting him at 16.
If you ask me to tell you everything I know about the Cardinals, I know very little.
Yeah, Quinn Ewers is in the highlights and he's running into all these sacks. Like, get rid of the ball. Never mind. Flashbacks. Henry Rose says, even though I agree with y'all, I've seen a lot of experts besides Kuiper be generally higher on Josh Simmons than we are. Why do you think that is?
Because they're not worried about the knee like I am, and they maybe don't care as much about the off the field rumors. I would, looking at the Cardinals depth chart real quick, I would take a defensive lineman here.
Malta Pop says we have the good food dude, pasta, fish, and some local food like rabbit stew and pastizzi, which is a pastry with ricotta cheese. Rabbit stew is a lot, dude. Rabbit stew is a lot.
I don't have to eat that, but I'm in on the pasta, the fish, and the pastry.
Yeah, the rabbit stew just seems a little crazy to me, but you know. HDAV Traveler, been to Italy several times. The food is awesome, especially in Palermo in Messina. Is that how I say it? Or Messina? Did I honky that up? Loggins in Messina, someone asks.
By the way, if you're playing bingo at home, Cody mentions Josh Simmons' knee was on the card. So this first column is in some good shape here because we've had Laramie Fowler. Cody mentions Josh Simmons' knee. There's got to be a crazy outfit before the end of the night.
Golden. They just showed Golden up there. Golden is definitely up there.
Okay, so,
but it's not crazy bad. But he's styling for sure.
Okay, so just keep that in the back of your mind if you're playing draft bingo.
Cardinals, Jonathan Gannon. Pew 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 pew. Let's announce it.
Lasers, explosion.
Pew pew pew.
You're explosive.
Pew pew pew.
Oh man, I still can't believe the Colts got freaking Tyler Warren.
I mean, you can't believe they stayed put and got Tyler Nolan. And yes, that is the pick. So they have taken Walter Nolan. So I could be the GM of the Cardinals. Monty Awesome Forts, move over, buddy. So the Walter Nolan, D'Amico Ryans maximizes his talent is dead. The Tyler Booker, Swarm Will Anderson is dead. The Kelvin Banks pipe dream is dead. So we have a few dead storylines here on the S&L DraftaMania. Appreciate everyone for coming through. Be sure to subscribe. Be sure to like the video. And be sure to subscribe to mine and Cody's channels and join us at Karbach.
This is so Walter Nolan, that would have been a sweet player at 25 if he falls to the Texans. He ultimately doesn't. Good job.
Damn, they're excited. Good Lord, Gannon.
Yeah.
Give me his odds for defensive rookie of the year right now. If it's even money, I'm taking it.
Nolan, you should wait. You'll probably get better odds if you wait.
Look at that excitement, man. Good Lord, Jonathan Gannon. That was like Kalen Bullock, D'Amico Ryans type excitement. Dude, he's nasty. He is nasty.
The best version of Walter Nolan's one of the 5 best players in this.
That's a nasty son of a bitch. Look at these highlights. My God. Oh, my God. Come here, bitch.
The best version of Walter Nolan is one of the 5 best players in this draft.
Look at this. Look at him in that.
Okay, so if you're hoping one of these guards falls,
I'm not.
You need them to get past. Cincinnati's a potential guard spot, and Seattle's a potential guard spot. So you need them to get past those 2 spots. Or if you want Egbuka there, you need him to knock him off the board at 20 to Denver. Denver feels like an Amarion Hampton.
Yeah, that seems to be one of the connections. Sean Payton's the real wild card of this thing. So Walter Nolan is gone.
If your team trade back, you want a guard in the next 2 picks, and then you want Egbuka to come off the board at 20, and then you're squarely in trade back mode.
I think right now, even the most optimistic, and let's ask this I'm going to ask this on the screen. What are you with what we've seen so far, halfway through the first round? Are you often are you in an offensive line or wide receiver mindset? Because I think even some people who are offensive line might have changed their mindset based on now.
I would still take. There's still an offensive lineman that I would take at 25 that's available, and there's still a wide receiver that I would take at 25 that's available. So yes, I still very much am in a mindset of taking one of those two spots. I would take a Emeka Egbuka at 25, the Ohio State wide receiver, and I would take Gray Zabel at 25. I know that does not fit their profile. I'm aware of that.
He did visit. Both of them visited.
Correct. And they were, and I know I didn't say Donovan Jackson there. I don't know that he's the 25th overall player. And I don't know if you could use that pick on him. You should get him in a trade back, perhaps.
So the fallers, we had 3 fallers, 2 are gone. So we're less than halfway through the first round. McMillan and Nolan gone, and now Luther Burden. He would have been better off not playing football last year. He is on it, and the Cincinnati pick is in. I gotta think they were entertaining the possibility of Walter Nolan there.
This has got to be a defensive lineman, probably an edge player, because even if Trey Hendrickson plays this season with the Bengals, he's not sticking around.
Well, it's got to be a defensive player because they are.
Well, it don't gotta be nothing because they drafted Jamar Chase when they desperately needed an offensive lineman.
The Daniel Jeremiah top 5. There's only one guy left in his top 10. And that's Jahdae Barron, who's the 10th overall prospect for him. Top 5 available. Jahad Campbell, the linebacker, Omarion Hampton, Matthew Golden, and then Eamon Worry, the safety out of South Carolina.
Jahad Campbell could be Tampa at 19. They need linebackers because Levante David's 900 years old.
All right, question for Cody Stoots. LaDarren Reed asks, how do you feel if they select Simmons?
So I've already said this a lot. I pull my hair out if they select him. Like, that's just a brain dead move.
And you've committed to a triple shot.
And I've committed to a triple shot if they select him as well.
Justin Pearson says it's looking more and more like we getting Simmons, and I'm going to cry.
I would not advise the Houston Texans to draft Josh Simmons.
Space City Baller says rather use extra ammo to beef O-line, take wide receiver at 25.
That's a perfectly reasonable approach. Perfectly reasonable.
What? Will they be reasonable?
Also, Josh Connerly is another potential first-round offensive lineman. He'd be very underwhelming at 25. Like, what you can get guards on day 2. Don't move up for one of these guys. If Egbuka's there and you feel like it'd be too much to draft one of the linemen, just draft Egbuka. We got a few picks till they get there, though.
Yeah, we got a hell of a lot of picks. Feels like forever. I feel like this thing's about to slow up too. I actually feel like despite the commercial breaks, it's gone quick. So the pick is in with the Cincinnati Bengals. They need defense. Joe Burrow could have been MVP last year. They need defense. This is kind of one of those teams. I know that you finished better than them, but this is kind of one of those teams in the Texans tier. Like, this is there is localized interest in here because if they turn that defense around, that's a mofo. And
that's a team that you could absolutely see in the second week of the playoffs, or you could accidentally have them come to your place.
Okay,
because they didn't win their division,
and they have selected a man with a lot of potential. Shamar Stewart out of Texas A&M is a Cincinnati Bengal.
I like that for them. That's if you're at this point with an edge guy, if you want to just bet on potential, be my guest. Like, I like that for them. I like that for him too.
Yeah, they need a defense, and they got the guy out of Texas A&M, 1.5 sacks last year. So Shamar Stewart gone. This kind of feels appropriate because we said his range before was probably like 12 to 32. Like, honestly, There were a number of. I don't think anyone was mocked in as wide of a range as Shamar Stewart in mock drafts. But so he goes right in the middle. You split it right down the middle, and he's a Bengal.
Watching mock drafts, Shamar Stewart either went like super high, or the person would do the first rounder and like not even talk about him, and then it'd be like, well, I guess Shamar Stewart's at the top of the second round, and I was just like, how does he have such a that's a crazy range there for Shamar Stewart.
Yep.
So, defensive end out of Texas A&M University.
Shamar Stewart rocking the green.
The Aggies are on the board.
Doing his thing. They are on the board. Texas is on the board. And right now, 7 picks left. Matthew Golden, Emeka Ibuka are 2 names, and then Gray Zabel. So I would say the 3 names and then Simmons. Can't quit Simmons. But we talked about the top 5 most mentioned. Banks gone, Booker gone. Ibuka, Simmons, Zabel, very much alive. We weren't even mentioning Golden. Like maybe I was right about Golden and I was right about Banks. Like I thought Golden was being talked about too high and Banks was being talked about too low. Seattle doesn't need receivers, so you can chalk them off. 20 is where you start getting teams that need receivers.
Well, Seattle could take an outside guy. They could take Golden.
They could.
I wouldn't advise it, but they could take Golden. Or what's your feeling if the Texans just stick and pick Golden at 25?
It's appropriate. I mean, it's more realistic than what they were talking about. Like it's whatever.
I'd feel very fine about it.
It's whatever. I mean, God, just what we need another local like type of.
Will Anderson, if you ain't from Houston, F them. Landry, if you are from Houston, F you.
Yeah, they love the local ties. David White on the soup.
You ain't never hate.
Swarm.
If we get Simmons, will you shave your head, Cody?
No, I will not shave my head. I've already made a hair bet around this draft, so I have to let that one pay off first.
Berkeley Boss says Simmons would be a home run. Better hop on the Simmons train.
I mean, if he's playing softball at your local pickup softball game, sure.
What? Is he good at softball?
No, but you ever seen a 45-year-old guy run around the bases after he hits a home run in softball? That's about how Josh Simmons is moving after that patellar tendon injury. You remember when Kirk Gibson ran around the bases in the World Series?
When he was doing the punch?
Yeah, that's going to be Simmons running out there on first down to try to protect CJ Stroud. Also,
right.
like again, and I want people to understand this, because if you're we got nearly 1,500 people in this thing. Like Simmons is a multifaceted no for me. He has a serious knee injury that guys typically don't bounce back from. More than 60% of NFL players, medical study, more than 60% of NFL players have a significantly lower level of athleticism after a torn patellar tendon. You factor that in with the fact that there's rumors and whispers, and they're not very quiet, that the folks at Ohio State didn't really like Josh Simmons and that he wasn't the best guy to have in the building. And so when you factor both of those things in, he's a total no-go for me.
The Simmons train. I almost want him now. It's almost like a hate bet. I'm almost rooting for him now.
Oh, you're hate betting me? You want Simmons?
Simmons. All right, the pick is in with Seattle. What's it going to be?
I mean, if you draft Josh Simmons, you're drafting another
tackle.
Oh,
Cody might be upset. The Seattle Seahawks mark another one off the list of the top 5 guys most mentioned with the Texans, because Gray Zabel is a member of the Seattle Seahawks.
The Texans will get a shot at Gray Zabel this upcoming season. They go to Seattle to play the Seattle Seahawks. That's depending on the time of year. I'm planning to travel for that. So if other Texans fans are thinking about booking a trip, let me know. We could have a little shindig Saturday night before the game on Sunday. All right, so Zabel's off the board, and you're officially out of surefire first-round guard talent. Some people might tell you that Donovan Jackson is a first-round guard, and I would understand you saying that. I found it fascinating, Landry, that when Dane Brugler talked about Donovan Jackson, he listed him as a tackle, and then he also said that the tackle performance that Donovan Jackson had in his 7 games filling in for Josh Simmons for the Buckeyes, he felt like, or 9 games, excuse me, 7 or 9. He said he felt like he actually played better at tackle than he had played at guard.
Okay.
But it was only a handful of games, but it was also a really important stretch of the season. So I don't quite know what to make of Donovan Jackson.
I really don't either.
Because he has turned into a late first-round guy, like in the back part of this process. And if I'm not mistaken, he's in the 40s on Daniel Jeremiah's big board.
Jackson is number 41.
Yeah, so 41. And 25 and 41 are two very different numbers. If you were trying to accumulate value. Man, trade back's looking a lot of fun. Trade back's looking like a lot of fun, man.
Tampa Bay on the clock right now.
This feels like a linebacker.
They're kind of one of the wild cards, man.
Or a
Kind of the
defensive
wild cards of
end.
this thing. And then it gets real interesting. Sean Payton might get his Omar and Hampton. Just kind of falls to him.
Or if he wants a Mecca Egbuka. Or if he wants
So this is kind of
Matthew Golden.
So this is kind of playing out where we talked about how weak this was at wide receiver. This is functioning right now as a
Weak
wide receiver draft. So, I think that the teams kind of felt that as well, and they didn't just say, okay, we love to have wide receivers, so we're just going to draft one early. So that's what they did. So Zabel gone. The O-line dream right now for the Texans, gone. Not gone, but
it's significantly weaker. If you're going to sell me that Donovan Jackson's going to play guard for a year and then play tackle, pick him at 25. I mean, he was a tackle when he was recruited out of high school, and then he was a backup tackle until there were guys that were better playing tackle, and they had to get him on the field at guard. So if you're selling me that he's going to be a guard for a year and then play tackle, I just don't know that I fully believe him as a tackle.
Let's get a report from Laramie Fowler. I think he's all over this Texans thing. This Texans, I mean, this is he's nailed the Colts and he's nailed the Jags. So the brother of Jeremy, our special correspondent here on S&L DraftaMania. If you're just tuning in, Cam Ward in the division with the Titans, Travis Hunter in the division with the Jags, Tyler Warren in the division with the Colts, Gray Zabel gone. He is a Seahawk. And then Tyler Booker, 12 overall. The bank stuff squashed quickly. The Saints drafted him in the top 10. Let's go to our guy Laramie Fowler and see what kind of report he's got cooking.
Cody Landry, Laramie Fowler here. I'm outside of the Texans war room. There's talk that the Texans could be moving. I talked to someone close to the situation. They said the Texans are staying put 100% at 25, although they could possibly trade up or they could trade back. Now, what do they do with their pick? Offensive lineman all the way, I'm told, but it could also be a wide receiver. Do have some insight, though. I talked to a team source asking about this new offensive system. They just hired Nick Caley. I'm told that they might run elements from New England and they might run elements from Los Angeles, where he worked with Sean McVay for 2 years. So hopefully that makes the picture more clear. I'm Laramie Fowler. Back to S&L DraftaMania.
All right, there you go. God, he's all over this, man. I have a clear picture. I see the light. I can see exactly what's happening.
Hopefully that makes the picture more clear as it gets no clearer.
No, that was a good report, man. He's just like his brother. I got to tell you, man.
Laramie and Jeremy could be pointing each other in Spider-Man. I bet they were both Spider-Man. They were both Spider-Man for Halloween, and they were like pointing to each other. Same thing. By the way, Shador Sanders ain't going first round, is he? Does someone want to trade up to 25 for Shador Sanders? Pretty please. Give me two. Give me a 2. Give me a 3. Give me a 3 next year. All right, sold.
So the Giants did a lot of work on Shador Sanders. They had multiple visits with him. They talked with him at basically every meet, like the Shrine Bowl, Combine. They had him in for a visit. They went to Boulder for a private workout. And it was today. I want to give the right person the correct credit. It was Jeff Howe. He said that Dable and Shador Sanders had an argument over like a install that Dable asked him to do. And so
what was the argument?
That's all he offered in the report was that they just had an argument and a disagreement.
And Jeff Howe knows Dable, New England guy.
And so he thought that maybe put them more in the Jackson Dart camp because they did all this work and then it was kind of just to make sure they didn't want to take him at 3.
The pick is in, and it is another guy connected to the Texans. You can chalk off 4 guys. Josh Simmons' dream of Cody Stoots getting pissed, drunk, and crying is alive. Emeka Egbuka is going to the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. He will join Mike Evans and Baker Mayfield. So the only guy available of the top 5, the Stoots' dream of Josh Simmons is still alive.
Man, Emeka Egbuka they've got Godwin and Evans and Egbuka. They ran the ball pretty well last year. Damn.
Emeka Egbuka.
That kind of screws Denver, right? Egbuka would have fit for them.
No, they're fine.
They're just going to take Marion Hampton here.
So Matthew Golden, I told you, man. I told you. Hey, number 1, really? Like, come on.
It was Steve Smith's number 1.
It was.
Steve Smith said Golden was the guy.
It was.
Steve Smith.
Emeka Egbuka.
Wow, Emeka Egbuka.
Dude, he might be a fantasy sleeper. Baker just dumping it to him. Dude, Baker works the slot, dude.
Yeah, Egbuka's not playing the slot over Chris Godwin.
You can line up multiple guys in the slot. Didn't you not listen to Nick Caserio the other day, buddy? What were you doing?
If you're going to play Egbuka outside is what you're going to do.
Play him all over the place.
Okay.
Look at that. Todd Bowles, what's up, class?
I'm really surprised they didn't take a linebacker.
Henry Rose. Jackson versus Connerly at 25. Both acceptable or neither?
I would say that Jackson is acceptable. It's not my favorite pick, but it's acceptable because if you want to sell me that he's going to play guard for a year and then play left tackle, so be it. That's part of the reason I like Banks. I wouldn't take Josh Connerly. You can't. Josh Connerly has no position in 2025.
Okay.
I also rewatched they did a behind the scenes of the Senior Bowl.
Behind the what?
Behind the scenes of the Senior Bowl.
I thought you said seeds.
And Josh Connerly getting worked by Mike Green was like they replayed it like 25 times in the one episode. And I was just like,
Denver's using the full clock, by the way. Yeah, man, 94 on the soup.
You ain't never had
Swarm.
Appreciate you, my friend. Cody Barnett says, can you send out a shirt to SoCal? We'll pay shipping. You guys are awesome. Are we sad about losing Banks or Egbuka?
I had moved on from the Banks idea days ago.
Yeah, we can. We I promise you, if you don't get it now, we're not. This is not going to be the only shirts. We got one thing coming in. We got you. We got you covered. For sure. Just
make sure you send one of us an email, and we'll get you email.
Yes,
we'll get you on a shirt list and make sure we can get this.
We promise. Yeah, we in Cali. T, rocking it in Cali, doing your thing as you're shopping in the grocery store, and you're having to go get the person in service to unlock the toothpaste from the Walgreens Yes.
They do that in California.
Did you see that they're wiring stakes now? I don't know where it was. They're putting like wired, like almost like those sensor things on steaks now at grocery stores.
That's not good.
Yeah.
That's not
See,
good.
Cody said they do. Yes.
One of my local big box stores locks up the deodorant.
It's crazy. Andrew K. I am not. Cody, can you read that name for me, please?
Kirschenbaum.
Yeah, you got it right. No one
No, I didn't
trading
just get it
up.
right. I nailed it.
Trade down may be impossible. I don't think trade down's impossible. Jackson
Oh,
Dart's still there. Jackson Dart's still there.
The 21st overall pick is very important for trade down.
Trade down, trade up.
Because if Shador Sanders does not go 21, then there's two potential quarterback trade ups. There's a Dart and there's a Sanders. Well, Minnesota's going to be involved in one of them. The Texans could be involved in the other one.
Could. Damn,
Cleveland-
Denver's the first team to use the full clock.
Cleveland got all of that. Cleveland got all that draft capital from moving back. Remember, so they could jump in here.
Get Jackson Dart.
They could jump into 25 and get Jackson. And the Texans know how to make deals with Cleveland.
The pick is in with the Denver Broncos. This is the wild card. We've been talking about Sean Payton for a while.
And if you went to 33, you might be able to still get Donovan Jackson.
What's Denver going to do? That is the question.
Pick is in a commercial. Jerks.
How about no corner?
In a pass first league, huh? No
This
corner.
is why
yet?
this is another reason with the Petrie thing, because there were so many options for nickel corners and safeties and all that. But we ain't got to worry about all that.
But no, you had to pay him $10 million already.
I mean, this is a crazy nickel draft. Matthew Golden looking up, he's up there. Amarion Hampton, Josh Simmons, Will Johnson, Shador Sanders. That's Mel Kiper's top 5. The pick is in with Denver.
Josh Simmons also a nose ring guy. I don't love that.
You can bring it. Shout out to the nose ring people.
Shout out to the nose ring chicks. Big fan.
Nose ring dudes, they bring it, man. You don't like DK Metcalf then? I thought you were a DK Metcalf fan.
He's fine. I like it.
He's got a nose ring.
At this point, if you're golden, you want to go 25.
Yeah. I don't even know. I just like the golden thing never made sense to me, but we'll see what Sean Payton thinks.
There is not a good history of players with Golden's production turning out to be really good players in the NFL. Oh, that's the comedian.
What comedian?
Brad something or other. The short in stature comedian.
Oh, I've never seen his work. Never seen his work.
All right, we got a Make-A-Wish announcement. Go crazy, kid. You had a couple years ago that got the crowd like pumped up and was like, yeah.
Okay.
I think he was the Kayvon Thibodeau kid.
Oh, yeah, the Kayvon Thibodeau guy, yeah.
And he announced the Giants pick, and he was like, yeah, let's go. Whoa. He was like going nuts. It was his Make-A-Wish.
Here we go.
And I would think the trade up is pretty much done now, too, right? Like there's nothing to trade.
Nah, trade back's alive as hell, though.
Yeah, no, trade back's great.
There you go. Number 10 player on Daniel Jeremiah's board. In my opinion, the best DB in the draft, Jahdae Barron. He gone.
That's nice for Denver. That's a nice player. I can't imagine they thought he was.
They got Barron and Surtain.
I can't imagine they thought he was going to be available.
No, they're in good shape there.
Sean Payton was not the right coach for the Houston Texans a
Well, it
couple
also
years
cost
ago.
you draft picks.
But sure, even if you were willing to pay the price, he still wasn't the right coach for the Texans. But he's done a nice job in Denver. They signed Hufanga too in free agency. And they have that white cornerback.
The white cornerback, huh?
Yeah.
All right, Pittsburgh. This has been the Shador Sanders talk. There's talk that they like him and there's talk that they hate him.
This is the Shador spot.
Now, Jackson Dart is still available too.
Now,
you want to talk about a Shador Sanders camera shot? Have Jackson Dart go before him.
Are they even in Dart's living room?
I haven't seen Dart.
Kyle Nance says KC trading in front of Houston for Donovan Jackson. Well,
Okay.
Minnesota's certainly a trade back team.
Yeah, Minnesota is the trade back team.
Barney Graham with a super chat. Did Nick Caserio underestimate the demand for O-line in the draft? Seems like we whiffed in free agency.
Well, I guess you say whiffed, but
There was, I wouldn't have paid Aaron Banks $80 million. I wouldn't have paid Will Fries $80 million. Cam Robinson's a serviceable tackle for a year.
My problem is, though, I don't know that they overestimated. Like, if there was this rumor about this trade up, it had to have been Banks, right? So that, right?
Uh-huh.
So there's that. Look at Deion Jr. holding the camera right there in front of his brother. Deion Jr. It does the social media for Colorado. So all those videos, like he gets all the hits. So he had like the Sanders. He's the one with the camera right in front. That's Deion Sanders Jr.
The pick is in. I didn't see anybody's phone ringing.
The pick is in. And they're showing Jackson Dart right now. Is that him? Yep. They're showing Jackson Dart.
I think you're ahead of me. I don't know how, but you are.
He doesn't look too happy. He looks drunk. He got a little punch.
I mean, if I went to Ole Miss, I'd be. Wait, they can't wait. Is he one of the folks that doesn't drink?
Oh, he's in Utah, so he's, I don't know. He probably doesn't drink. He just looks tired. I just think everybody looks tired. That's tired with the drink with a cup in their hand looks drunk. So
I also don't think that was Dart sitting on the couch.
Well, I mean, F me.
How many? You can't.
Yeah, F me.
You do a bad job with the long-haired white guys.
Yeah, the white guys with the long hair all look alike to me. Wait, that wasn't Hulk Hogan? Wait, that was Dog the Bounty Hunter. My bad. So now we're in trade back, but Pittsburgh, this is the QB hotspot. Are we going to get another Kenny Pickett?
If you want the Texans to trade back, this pick, you do not want it to be Shador Sanders.
Okay, well.
Or Jackson Dart.
Well, you got your wish because they are going down to 24 on Daniel Jeremiah's top guys, and they are taking Derek Harmon, the D tackle out of Oregon.
Ooh, big fella. Okay, big fella. That's an intriguing pick. I mean, that's very Mike Tomlin. Go get him a little defender. Harmon is one of those like fast risers too. You know, he's the draft process was very kind to him.
Dude, someone trade with the Giants, man.
I know. I would love a trade back.
With
This
the
would
Giants.
be so much fun.
Someone come get Jackson Dart. Come on. Trade back. Trade back is very much alive right now. Trade with the Chiefs. Trade with the Eagles. Trade with anybody. You don't feel great? Like all the guys that let's be serious. All the guys that you felt great about are gone. Like great. And Matthew Golden, come on.
I'm not a Golden guy.
Yeah, I'm not either. So
On the soup, JJ Stagg.
You ain't never hate.
Swarm.
Demick about to get his defensive pick in the first. If so, who? If he was going to take someone on defense,
Harmon would have been one of the guys. Walter Nolan, he's long gone. They're not taking a safety anymore because they paid Petrie.
yeah, I don't see anyone really defense, but never say never. It is Demick. No O. Yeme 94, Golden at 25, and then
It's not like Golden 25 is not a,
Say his name, dude. I always screw up this name.
Oh, Savanaia.
Savanaia. Yeah, there you go.
No, you still screwed it up. Arizona guard / tackle.
Tristan W says Locker's dream of Hampton at 25 is coming true.
Maybe. Or Cody's nightmare of Josh Simmons. Somebody please pick Josh Simmons. Nobody needs a tackle anymore. So, I don't want it. Be a nightmare. Boy, having that injury that Will Johnson had from Michigan, it's pushed him way down the board.
Roy Boy 3281 says, thanks for the stream. Loving the frenemy energy you two bring. Question for you. What's each of your worst first round picks for the Texans you remember? Kevin Johnson had me shaking my head. Louis Riddick was like all over Kevin Johnson. Remember that? He was like really good about him. The one that pissed Cody off the most was Brian Cushing. He cried and threw up. Okay. He cried and threw up.
But I'm not going to sit here and debate you on what happened and what didn't happen. I'm just telling you that's not the draft pick that made me the most upset.
Mario Williams did.
Yeah, I wanted to trade back. I wanted to draft DeBrickashaw Ferguson and Nick Mangold.
Oh, look at this hipster. I would say Titus Howard. I hated the versatility talk.
I didn't like the Titus Howard pick either. I was an Andre Dillard guy. A lot of good that did me.
All right, this is kind of cheating, but it happened. Barney Graham says, I think we need a damn it, Bobby.
Damn it, Bobby.
So there you go. So there's the thing.
If you're playing at home, we're pretty close. Because Laramie Fowler, damn it, Bobby. Cody mentions Josh Simmons' knee and crazy outfit.
Montejano Aaron says Campbell at 25. Man, here's my problem with it. I don't hate it, but I hate it because they paid Jalen Petrie so much. That's what I would hate. I like Campbell. I think he's good, but he's really good at coverage. And if you're gonna have him, it feels like 3 linebacker sets would be a thing. But when you pay Petrie like that, it feels like he's going to be your main part of the base defense. So it just seems like a weird identity for me if they do that. But I don't hate Campbell. I just hate the fact that the piece of the pie is laid out to the way it is. And it feels like it would make sense for them to play defense with Petrie out there damn near 100% of the time again.
And one of the reasons Jihad Campbell is still there is NFL teams are really worried about his shoulder injury and being a long-term lingering thing. And he would maybe miss a good portion of the offseason activity.
Yeah.
Frank Z asks, who's the best running back available right now? That's a great question, Frank. Omarion Hampton, a.k.a. Joe Mixon 2.0.
Omarion is up there, and I like Judkins, but might be a little too early for him. Shador Sanders is Mel Kiper's best available.
Yeah, cool, Mel.
He has Golden 5 and Simmons 4. You're getting Simmons, man.
What
liquor do you have?
What's that?
What liquor do you have?
I got 1800. I got Diddy's.
All right, so triple shot of 1800. All right, got you.
I got Diddy's vodka. I got some whiskey. I probably would need the whiskey for this if they
triple shot of 1800. It is all right. Let's get it. If Simmons goes.
Oh man.
Yeah.
Wags on the super chat. I would take Arizona guard tackle over Simmons.
Yeah, Jonas Savanaia. I would too, because, well, he's not a bad guy apparently, and he can walk.
We have another hate supporter. Jacob Hyatt says, let's be honest, a Cody Stoots meltdown might be worth the wasted pick. Offensive tackle Simmons all the way.
Y'all are mean.
Trade back and get Trey Henderson and Jay Higgins is what Sam says. Chris V says, what about Nick Imamori?
I hit a button. Sorry.
Yeah. Imamori, very nice player, but that would be weird, and that would be a lot of
Awesome if you hadn't traded for CJ Gardner-Johnson and paid Jalen Petrie, but they did those.
Yep.
JMO asks, what if we end up taking Ariante Ursary? That would be as bad as Simmons.
Yeah.
I've watched John Harris talk about him too much, and he's like, yeah, he just doesn't really get guys blocked. And I was like, oh, okay, that's good.
Well, that's not great.
That's
not awesome.
Oh yeah, he has trouble getting guys blocked. Oh really? That's his job? Oh my goodness, Landry, you ready to laugh at somebody?
Kinda.
You ready to laugh? Sometimes you gotta laugh to keep them crying, which is what's gonna happen if Josh Simmons gets picked. James Gladstone, the kid GM for the Jacksonville Jaguars, hitting the podium. I'm pretty familiar with the man F them picks. I'm uniquely positioned to navigate this.
Oh, wow.
Okay. Sure, Gladstone.
All right, buddy.
I'm uniquely positioned to navigate this.
All right, buddy.
What a jerk off. Yeah, because I'm sure Les Snead was looking over at you for help. Shut up, dude.
He's uniquely positioned.
Uniquely positioned. Huh? Sure.
Whatever you say. Chargers pick is in. Jim Harbaugh. They could use receivers. they have one, and then they have a very disappointing one in Johnston. They could also use some offensive line. Maybe they put you out of your Simmons misery, although they don't need tackles, so they need guards. So
yeah, and neither one of it's not like they're going to bump one of their tackles down, and both guys
that would be dumb.
And both guys are taken care of financially. They just drafted Alt and Slater's paid, so I mean they should take Amarion Hampton and give Harbaugh a running back that he can count on. This would have been an Igbuka spot, but he's gone. Good job by Tampa. Playing for life after Godwin and Evans.
If you say so.
This is also a potential Donovan Jackson spot. But you were sitting here talking about drafting Emeka Igbuka in fantasy. Now you're downplaying the pick. Get out of here.
No, I don't even know. All right, here we go. Chargers seem pretty happy with his pick. This is
I mean, when do you tune to the draft room and they look sad?
This is quite celebrate. I mean, but there's different levels to this. Okay, Amarion Hampton gone.
I would if the Kansas City Chiefs stay put, I believe we'll get our third first round running back. If they stay put. Boy, so the Chargers just got a Joe Mixon clone. They have Najee Harris. Their offensive line's pretty decent. Good for Amarion Hampton. That's a spot that's going to use him and use him well.
Yeah, they want to run the rock. I mean, this is a good talent. So now the running back thing is interesting. Like, do we see another running back taken today?
I do believe we'll get another running back taken if Kansas City stays. If Kansas City stays at 31, I believe we'll get another running back.
Now, there's a lot of talk about Matthew Golden. We'll get into that in a second. John McClure says Will Johnson at 25. How about that?
Where are you playing him?
I mean, I would say I think he would be a good nickel corner.
You can take Petrie off the field and have $10 million sit on the bench.
I'm being sarcastic. Wag says, Landry, what's the pick that you would make a triple shot? Stop picking on Cody. Can he do push-ups too? I think he can do push-ups. Triple shot? Nah, I'm not volunteering for any of that. Toke with me says, F it. Give me Will Johnson at 25. There's a Will Johnson movement. They said they don't draft for need. They said they draft best player, Will Johnson.
Well, that will
top corner.
I would think the Will Johnson movement ends in about 6 minutes when the Green Bay Packers make their selection.
Jake Johnson says, just tuning in, is Golden actually going to fall to us? Question mark.
Hopefully not, because hopefully they trade back.
Cody said, Herman says, Cody, you might get white girl wasted. LMAO. Simmons watch is officially upon us.
It would just be going against everything that they talk about.
Well, maybe he loves football.
Well, then why are there whispers at Ohio State that they didn't like him?
Don't know. Green Bay, though, the home crowd, they never draft wide receivers. Could they finally draft one and take Matthew Golden and kill the hopes of a lot of people in the chat? I'll be honest. Don't think I see that happening, but you never know. Crazier things have happened than Green Bay. Well, I don't know. Has anything crazier happened than Green Bay actually drafting a receiver in the first round? I don't think so.
Green Bay could be a trade back spot too, just because they might value something that's not maybe worthy of a first round pick. But I also have a theory that in the city, when the draft is happening, the NFL really wants you to make that pick.
It's the S&L DraftaMania. Be sure to subscribe to the Locker Room channel, Cody Stoots' channel, as well as this one. If you're just tuning in, we're live every day, 4:00. We are on the scene. Radio guys, gone digital, and always on the beat and in the building at NRG. So you've come to the right place if you want the pulse of the Texans. We're live every day and also on our own channel. So appreciate y'all for rolling through. We're 2 picks away from the Texans right now. Green Bay, loud as hell right now. They want a pick. And it'll be interesting to see what the hell they do.
I got to imagine they're going to go defense here. I know Johnson's at the top of the board. Will Johnson, the corner from Michigan. Who are the other top guys available?
The top guys available on defense are Jahad Campbell.
Intriguing.
Number 12 overall. Nick Eamon Worry, number 15 overall. Will Johnson, number 16. Mike Green, the edge out of Marshall. And then there's Malachi Starks out of Georgia. Now, they do have some drama with Alexander.
That's what I was going to say. So Jair Alexander, I think, wants out.
Yeah, Jair Alexander, and I mean they've had a lot of issues with him.
If you were thinking, okay, they're going to get rid of Jair Alexander, then Will Johnson would be a worthwhile investment here.
Yeah, Will Johnson. Although there's decent value in corners a little bit later. This is not. We talk a lot about wide receivers and quarterbacks, appropriately so, but the corner position's not awesome in this.
Okay, I got an update for you here.
Okay.
Ian Rappaport. This may be why the Packers are taking so long. Number 23, the Packers are getting trade calls, similar to the Chargers at number 22. If they call it 23, they'll call it 24. And if they'll call it 24, they'll call it 25.
Okay. So I don't see the Texans wanting to trade up here unless they just want to hop Minnesota. And this could be the Minnesota hop that we spoke of earlier.
It'd be, what are you trading up for?
You're trading up because you don't want to get sniffed out, because people know what the Texans need. It's wide receiver or offensive line, and people know that Minnesota's looking to trade back. So you just want to hop over to where Green Bay gets what they maybe want, and then you get what you want. Yeah, I'm that's all I'm answering. Like if there was a thing, it's actually a smart strategy. Like if they think that, if the Texans say right now they want Matthew Golden, then every team that wants a receiver and likes Matthew Golden is going to call Minnesota. So you basically just avoid the phone call drama. Now Green Bay is working the clock right now. Did you see that the attendance is double the population of Green Bay?
I wonder how those people got there, and I wonder what they're all doing at the end of the night.
And you got to stay far away,
I bet there's some folks over in like Milwaukee and stuff.
Yeah. Yep.
So if you're, is Goodell even walking down the hallway? Here we go. Pick's in.
The pick.
Pick is in. So if they're making the pick, I would think defense. Corner, Will Johnson, the corner. If they're making the pick, which they are. 24 is very interesting because Minnesota's the ultimate trade back candidate. They have 4 picks in the draft. Boy, they're really milking this time on the clock here in Green Bay.
That's a lot of pop, man. It's a lot of pop. A lot of very excited fans.
Come on, Raj. Or are they going to have like Bart Starr announce this or something?
He alive?
Double checking. He died in 2019. They have AI Bart Starr announce this.
All right, so here we go.
It's a shame Brett Favre's a weirdo now. He could.
They would still welcome him. Now, a lot of people say, please don't be Matthew Golden. Please don't be Matthew Golden.
They're letting one of the Packers front office guys announce this?
I don't know who this guy is. He looks like someone that he looks like an usher at like a small church handing you a pamphlet at the front. I can smell him from here. You all know the smell. Hey, we're having a gathering after, sir.
A gathering after, sir.
We got casserole. All right, there you go. The dream is dead. Sorry, people. Packers take Golden 2 spots ahead of the Texans.
Oof. That's going to make a lot of folks upset.
So the notions that the wide receivers are gone or would be gone is there. The dream of the trade back is alive, but let's see if Minnesota, who we've been talking about perhaps being they're
the ultimate trade back team.
Yeah.
They're the ultimate trade back team.
Yep.
All right. I'll be right back here before the Texans are actually here.
All right. So there we go. Matthew Golden, it looked like it was going to be a possibility. It is not. The offensive linemen that a lot of people have been speaking on, they're gone. Josh Simmons is still there, though. Gray Zabel, he's gone. Tyler Booker's gone, as is Kelvin Banks. So if you're O-line or bust right now, I mean, it's a lot slimmer than you probably thought it would be when it comes to the O-line. You have Simmons out of Ohio State, Connerly out of Oregon, the tackle. Would it be too early there? And then Donovan Jackson out of Ohio State. That seems like a popular name. You have the versatility, can move all over the place. Dane Brugler said that he could play both. Actually said he played better on the outside. So if your offensive line are bust, it's a lot thinner. It looks a lot like we thought it would look when it comes to the wide receiver position. On the super chat, AA says, "What should I order to eat? Golden Arches, McDonald's. Don't ever order McDonald's. That's a waste. You gotta drive through if you're gonna go McDonald's. I would go to Pizza Hut. Has really good specials right now. I'd go Pizza Hut. I'd go stuffed crust pizza, sausage pepperoni, and maybe throw in some wings because the combos are popping right now. So that's what I'd go with the Pizza Hut stuffed crust. Get the sweet sauce instead of the normal sauce and get extra sauce.
All right. So to answer the guy's question, just get some McDoubles and some fries and a McFlurry.
Okay. Oh, but he's at McDonald's, or is he? If you're at McDonald's, then you order a 20-piece nugget, large fry, and 2 McDoubles, and tell them not to be stingy with the sauce. Justin Johnson looking out. He says 420 likes just for you, Landry. Give me golden. Okay. 420 was the likes. Let's get those likes up. Subscribe to the locker room. Subscribe to Stoots' channel. Subscribe to S&L while you're here. The Vikings pick is in, so they're not trading.
What?
The Vikings pick is in, so they're not trading.
What? They are. Then the Texans are the new trade back team.
They should be.
The Vikings pick is in. Wow. So it's. I mean, they're going to take Imamori, right?
I mean, they need.
Harrison Smith is 700 years old.
Yeah, it feels like he's going to play till he's like 701 or 705.
705. Yeah, he probably has a few more years in him. You know, they're milking it's funny because they're milking the Green Bay stuff, and the Vikings in the division are just sitting there like, all right, let's go. Come on.
All right. Yeah. And they're probably getting booed like crazy.
It's good. Golden cutting a promo. How many years since the Packers took a first-round wide receiver?
It's been a while. Aaron Rodgers is like, what the hell? What the heck is wrong with you?
Ian Rappaport says that Howie Roseman is feverishly working the phones trying to trade up.
All right. Hey, Howie.
Hey, who is the guy Nick Caserio has made 5 trades with in the past year?
Please.
Man, having 32 would be great. I would love have 32.
32 and then a lot of ammunition on day 2. Yeah, make the trade. Make the damn trade, Nick. There's nothing worth taking here.
Josina Anderson, the Giants are trying to get into the first round. Well, call Nick Caserio. Man, having 34 would be a lot of fun too. Having 34 being what did they make that trade earlier today for if they weren't going to move? Still having a hard time understanding it. Please don't pick Josh Simmons at 25. That would be so damn dumb.
So right now, the trade-up possibility is live. On the super chat.
Trade back possibility is live.
Trade back, yes. Plumber Hammer says, nope, I'm happy Golden is gone. No O-line worthy of 25. Let's trade back, Nick. I agree 100%. I was not a Golden guy.
I'm just waiting for that HOU to turn into an NYG.
Avalardo says, so get day 2 picks and build the team tomorrow. Yes, please.
Let's have a freaking bonanza tomorrow.
God, I love it. Daniel Anima says Ohio RB. Trade back. You can get him. You can get him at 32. You could get Judkins or Henderson at 32, and you would have the extra picks. Trade back. Trade back. Cameron G says, Josh Simmons, you are a Houston Texan.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
In Minnesota, they're building this up. A lot of booing going on, I'm hearing. A lot of booing here going on, I'm hearing. The pick is Donovan Jackson, the guard out of Ohio State.
You got to move. You got to move.
So the Texans are on the clock.
You got to move. Turn the HOU into an NYG. Come on. NYG. NYG. Make the move. Come on.
Trade
Come
back,
on.
man.
Come on, Joe Shane. You
traded to the Giants. It's official.
Yes.
The Texans have traded with the Giants. The trade back is alive, baby. The trade back is alive. Nerds, let's go.
I never doubted you, Nick Caserio. I never doubted you. Turn it into an NYG. Let's go.
Thank you.
Here, Mike Garafolo has the details. The Texans trade 25 to the New York Football Giants.
Pull it up.
Okay, I pulled it up. Give me a second. Okay. The Texans trade 25 to the Giants in exchange for 34, 99,
Dude, you're muted,
and
dumbass.
a third rounder next year.
You idiot.
I'm an idiot. I'm not muted. You can't hear me?
Okay.
Can you hear me? Yes or no? Or are your headphones broken?
There's the move. Maybe you're not muted. Maybe I'm muted. I don't know. Say something.
Hello, hello.
Oh.
Mine stuff's working over here.
Who's muted and who's not?
It's not
You can hear
showing
us
I'm
both,
muted.
Okay. You can hear Cody. Can you hear me? All right, good.
So your headphones weren't working. All right, so 25 for 34, 99, and a third rounder in 2026. That's a great trade. That is a great trade by the Houston Texans. Great job. That is a great job. Bravo. Bravo to the Houston Texans for this trade. The Houston Texans now have the 34th overall pick, the 58th overall pick, the 79th overall pick, the 89th overall pick, the 99th overall pick, and they have a first rounder next year, 2 second rounders next year, 2 third rounders next year, and 2 fourth rounders next year. This is beautiful. This is an incredible job by Nick Caserio to add assets. And now they are one of the teams that rules. They are one of the teams that rules day 2 of the NFL draft.
I like the move, man. I like the trade
love
back.
this.
Yeah, day 2 is going to be sick now.
I love this. And now you can take 58 with all your extra draft capital and move up from 58 if you feel like you need something.
Yeah, you're right there. You're right there on the edge now. Like you're basically like we saw Carolina last year trade into the first round because they wanted Leggett. Because if you like someone now, you're basically paying like a day. I mean, I don't even know. Like you're paying for a 5th-year option, basically, if you get there. So yeah, I like this move. I think it's a solid move. We've been trade back guys. I don't think they loved anyone at 25. So I think this is one of the better case scenarios.
I really like what they got too. They moved back a handful of spots and added 2 third-round picks to do it. Man, I like this. And that's Landry, that is prime running back territory.
Yeah, it's prime. They're perfectly set up for the running back. This is kind of the feel that you had when you ended up taking Petrie when we thought they wanted Breece Hall, but that 34 is prime running back. I mean, right now we got to be watching to see if Judkins or Henderson go. But it's prime running back territory, and I gotta think those are two names to look out for.
Yeah, if you don't get Judkins or Henderson off the board, then you're guaranteed at least one of them. If one of them comes off the board, then certainly, you could always have a conversation with Cleveland if you wanted to make one move, or you could just see what Cleveland does. But I love this. It's also a great spot if you want to draft one of those second round wide receivers. And again, with the extra draft capital that you have got the ability to move around from 58 as well as move around from 79 and 89 as well. Whew. Man,
tomorrow's gonna be even better.
They just saw player after player after player that they might have been interested in come off the board, and then the Giants finally got on the phone to the right team, and they got their trade up for what I assume is going to be a quarterback. And the Texans got extra draft capital for 34, 58, 79, 89, and 99.
If you're just tuning in, the Texans, they've made the trade, and we like it. Cody, reset the trade real quick. Mike G with the comment. We've talked about this dream scenario for a while. Minnesota stays put. We wondered if Minnesota would trade back. I guess they just couldn't pass up the opportunity to do what they did. And now you have a situation where it looks like it's going to be Jackson Dart. So the dream of a quarterback falling results in the Texans having a stacked day 2 where they've done their best work. And now you probably a lot more open towards running back. The value at wide receiver is going to be a lot higher. And you still have your offensive linemen that you liked on day 2 as well. So the Texans trade back. This was one of the dream scenarios that we've talked about, and that's what's going to happen. And the Giants are about to it looks like take the quarterback. So this is another example of Nick Caserio kind of staying patient. There was talk that they wanted to trade up, and the guys that they liked, I guess, were just gone. The Bank Smith gone, and now the Texans are trading back.
I have to imagine they were very surprised when Donovan Jackson went off the board to Minnesota at 24, and it probably made it a little bit easier to make the deal out of 25.
And there it is. It's Jackson Dart.
Good luck.
So the Shedeur Sanders shots.
Good luck. Shedeur Sanders keeps on slipping.
So there we go.
Man, bravo, Nick Caserio. Bravo.
Yeah, you might end up getting the offensive lineman you like even then too.
Well, this is, we got into a little scary territory here, Landry, because if they trade up for Tate Ratledge, I got to get a mullet.
Okay, well,
and if they move up from 58, because they've got 2 picks in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th next year.
The super chat is very, very stacked, by the way. And how about me standing up and unplugging my audio there? ESG Soccer says trade back and get some sleep. OT flew by too high. Yeah, they're not sleeping tonight. This is they've got to completely reevaluate things now.
The Falcons just traded on to 26.
Yeah, they probably want some defense here. They probably want to bolster. They probably see some value there on the defensive side of the ball. So you got to think that. I mean, could they like Campbell? Would they want just to go absolute nasty? I think that's possible.
Good for them.
Maybe they want to go get Malachi Starks. Maybe they just want to go Georgia. Maybe they just want to copy the Eagles and take all Georgia guys and try to improve the defense while exciting the fan base a little bit.
Maybe.
Yeah.
All right, sorry. Go to the super chats here.
All right, the super chat. Henry Rose says, "Cody, I've never been happier for you, LFG. So you avoided the shot and you got more picks. That's all we can ask for." Herman says, "Cody, take a quadruple shot to celebrate."
Okay, good.
Preston says, "That crazy. We're going to
to miss RB, run, and wide receiver. No, we're right there.
You're right. They're right there for round 2 wide receivers and running backs. Right there.
They're right there. Do we start tomorrow with RB or OL? Could be RB, could be OL, could be WR.
It's an easier question to answer when Atlanta, Baltimore, Detroit, and company come off the board. But man,
if it's wide receiver, you're in a pretty decent spot, I think. Because
I mean, Jaden Higgins would be fun.
Yeah, and Cleveland kept the number 2 overall pick in the second round. I can't keep up with all they've done. I'm assuming they kept it, right?
Yeah, they're 33 still, I believe.
So they're probably not. Well, they might be wide receiver now because they backed out. So they might be offense. So
that might be offense. But
yeah, they're offense. Yeah, they're offense. The drunk Texan, what wide receiver can we still get? Plenty of them. We'll get to that a little bit later. Trill Kick X says it's Jaden Higgins time, baby.
Wouldn't mind it. Would not mind that at all.
Christopher Rios, let Nick cook. Let's go. We got a lot of trade back people. One Mortal 2 says Simmons second round. Let's go. That would be, I mean, would you still be as upset with him in the second round?
Yes, because I think he's a useless player because of his knee.
Arthur Wilson says, I hope they shock us with Burden at 34. They got to think about it. I mean, I think you got to take a closer look at him now. I mean, I think you got to,
sure.
I mean, and not like Kevin Costner, 5 hours of prep. I'm sure they already have an opinion, but 5 hours of draft day prep. But yeah, Caserio is a draft wizard. All hail Caserio, says Justin. Jagger 12 says Texans didn't pick, still went to commercial.
Yep. Yeah. The Texans are anywhere near the clock. The commercial's happening.
JB Allen, the Annihilator, says Chef Caserio cooking up a day 2 casserole. Wish this would be 2 offensive linemen, 1 wide receiver, 1 DT. Dude, they got a crap load of picks. They have so many picks now on day 2 and 3. Dude, the party is going to be sick because we're going to get to react to that high, and tomorrow's going to be nasty. Tomorrow's going to be nasty.
Tomorrow's going to be a beauty.
Tomorrow's going to be better than today. And you know me, I'm a day 2 guy. Day 2 is my favorite day of the draft.
It's going to be a beaut.
All right. So the pick was made.
James Pierce Jr.
James Pierce Jr. is the pick. How does that make you feel?
If they believe that some of the off the field stuff is not a big a worry, then go for it. James Pierce Jr. was Mel Kiper's number 1 overall pick when he did his way too early mock draft a year ago, and now he fell to 26. He fell on off the field stuff. Super chat, Narrow Path with Gage says, now we get both Rat and Jonah. Yeah, you've got the ability to move around and get what you want in the second round. Rat would be Tate Ratledge, the guard from Georgia, and Jonah would be Jonah Savanaia, the guard from Arizona. Justin Pearson. I freaking called it with the Jackson Dart pick too. Yeah. So, I mean,
yeah, we've been talking about that for a while.
Yeah, that's a good one. I mean, QB, they were a QB hungry team and it worked out. CB says, what if they pick Simmons with 34? They wasted their pick. I don't believe in Josh Simmons. I also feel like Josh Simmons has a very good chance to go to the Kansas City Chiefs. I mean, they need tackle help. And Joshua Farron, just want to say thank y'all for the content. I'm not as fast at digesting all the info and appreciate y'all's analysis on everything.
No, we appreciate it. We wouldn't want to be anywhere else, man.
We appreciate you. We appreciate you for watching. Appreciate you for the super chats. Thank you. Appreciate everybody in the chat.
So can I put you on the spot? Let's get updated picks for the Texans now.
Yeah,
if we can.
Yes. You want me to say it or you want me to write it out somewhere?
Write it out somewhere.
Okay.
And we'll get that. So the Texans have traded back. Day 2 is going to be stacked for the Texans. You know me. I'm a very big day 2 person. Cody's getting that ready for you. And it's going to set up to where the running back, you kind of have a sandwich now between 34 and 58. The top 2 are gone. The wide receiver situation is interesting because Cleveland made the trade with Jacksonville. Cleveland needs offense really, really bad.
you got to think if you're looking at skilled guys for the Texans, that Cleveland is probably a hurdle. So if you have a wide receiver that you have your mindset on, or you have a running back that you have your mindset on, Cleveland could end up breaking your heart. But the Texans have a lot of ammo to work with. As far as like those high end picks that we've been talking about, like the high reward, maybe high risk, when you have extra equity, you might be willing to do that. Arroyo out of Miami, they visited with him. Jaden Blue might be like a day 3 type of luxury pick. And then the running back situation, keep an eye on that. And there's also, I wouldn't completely dismiss the possibility of them trading back into round 1, because it could be relatively cheap. And why do you trade into round 1? A lot of times it's to get that 5th-year option. So if there's an offensive lineman they like, they got all these extra picks. If it gets to 30, 31, whatever, maybe we see them trade back into round 1. But the possibilities are endless. If you're tuning in and you're upset that they didn't pick, first of all, join us for day 2 tomorrow, and join us at Karbach for day 3. But these are the updated picks courtesy of Stoots. So 34, 58, 79. So you're going to have 2 of the top 50 on day.
Yeah, so you've got 3 of the top 50 because it's the 2nd pick, the 26th pick, and the 15th pick.
Yeah, and on day 2 you'll have
3 of
the top 47, and 3 of the top 57, and then 3 of the top 67. So are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 of the top 67 are 5 of the top 67 picks tomorrow.
Yes. You're saying it in a very weird way.
I kept saying 3. I kept saying 3, but I didn't add 4. But yeah, there's a lot going on there.
Well, if you don't need the 4th or the 5th round, if you've got 3 thirds and 2 seconds.
So 67, you're going to have 5 of the top 67 picks
that are made on day 2.
And 4 of the top 57.
How about you'll have 5 of the top 100 players?
So there you go.
If
Yeah,
you
tomorrow they'll probably reset the board and we'll figure that out. Geo Central says more picks next year to get Jamison Williams. Hey, don't threaten me with a good time.
Wouldn't mind. I mean, it's also worth noting, this is the current picks for the current draft. Now, in 2026, they have their own 1st rounder. They have 2 2nd rounders. That's courtesy of the Tunsil trade. They have 2 3rd rounders. That's courtesy of this trade back with the Giants. And they have 2 4th rounders, which is courtesy of the Tunsil trade.
Yeah.
They are loaded with picks.
Yeah. No doubt.
So I would not be surprised. They have 5 picks on day 2 tomorrow. If you told me they only made 3 picks because they moved up for guys that they really liked, that would not surprise me.
No, there's a lot of options, man. And I always wonder like what the process is for a front office, like after day 1, when surprises happen and you kind of adjust and you look at guys that you might not have wanted to take in the 1st round and maybe you're willing to take him, or you see a guy fall. You got to think like there's going to be a lot of cramming tomorrow. And there is a big opportunity. And here's the other thing. We've talked about how good they are day 2.
They're excellent. They've been excellent on day 2.
Yeah, so day 2 is kind of their thing. So this is a good
and think about this. You had to go through a million scenarios to try to figure out who's available at 25. You go through 10 tomorrow before you make your first pick, because or before tomorrow before you're on the clock, because there's one team in front of you. There's one team in front of you.
Baltimore's picking this. Who's the next All-Pro?
Yeah, right.
Who falls in Baltimore's lap?
Iminawari. They got him and Kyle Hamilton.
Malachi Starks. Okay, I take back any reservations I had about him. Malachi Starks, stud.
Oh, God. They've got Malachi Starks and Kyle Hamilton?
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Oh, my gosh. Well, that's sick.
Yep, that's not bad.
That's going to be very difficult to defeat the Baltimore Ravens next year, but it was going to be hard anyway.
Yeah, and it just kind of shows how I've always said every player that Baltimore or Philadelphia, I haven't always said, I've said it recently, but every player that those teams pick, I automatically think, oh, well, they're going to be good.
By the way, Baltimore has 9 more selections in this draft.
So trade ups.
Yeah, so they could be a trade up team for sure.
Extremely aggressive team right now, too.
Oh man, I'm still kind of riding the high off this trade back. I just love that move.
Yep.
2 2s, 3 3s, 2 2s next year, 2 3s next year, 2 4s next year.
Yep.
So now, I mean, the Texans, if they could be super dangerous with move ups because of that extra draft capital. So 58, I'd be surprised if they pick at 58. I would think that's a move up spot. I mean, is it crazy to think about
Lions pick is already in.
Is it crazy to think about another move back from 34 if Shador's still on the board?
I don't know when Shador is going, man. I really don't.
Like New Orleans from 40 to 34?
Maybe.
I like this. Lots of options for tomorrow. Puts running back squarely on the, easier to get.
Yep.
Easier to justify. They could get a running back at the top of the second round to make up for missing a Breece Hall all those years ago.
When does Shador go?
I mean, if I was New Orleans, I'd just kind of hang out. I'd just kind of be like, all right, cool. We'll get him at 40. He could go 37 to the Raiders.
The Lions pick is in, so they look excited. The receiver seems. I mean, do they try to, if they are going to trade Jamison Williams? Do they say, okay, Luther Burden, you're pretty good after the catch. You're kind of. Some say you're kind of gadgety. Like maybe you take Luther Burden, and then
if this is a wide receiver, it's
then Williams is getting traded.
I would think so. Yes.
Like there's no doubt about it.
Yes, I would think so. I would think that that's even way more possible. Way more possible if this is a wide receiver here. Boy, this is I will be very interested to see how they operate in the second round. The third round is less interesting to me because they've got extra capital. So the moving around from 58 is so easy because of what they possess. So you could make a selection at 34 and then you could move up from 58 and go get a guy you really like. So I'd be very intrigued by a trade up from 58 for a guard after you take a running back. And again, you don't have to use picks this year. You got 3 extra picks in the top 3 rounds next year, or top 4 rounds next year.
On the super chat, Jay, Swarm in the soup.
You ain't never hate.
Swarm.
10 picks is diabolical work. Nick Caserio. Okay. CB says, did the Falcons give up a 1 in their trade?
I did not see what the Falcons gave up. I can find it though.
Your boy Dex says, I'm here for the Jaden Higgins at 34.
I would be perfectly fine with that.
Yeah, I like Higgins, man. I think Higgins is one of those guys who can line up all over the places. They didn't visit with them, but I'm sure they, in some way, shape, or form, they have information. Like visiting doesn't really matter.
Like you mean he didn't have a 30? because they talked to him.
Yeah, they didn't have a 30.
Yeah. The Falcons did trade a first rounder next year to the Rams.
Jeez, Atlanta. Good God, Rams. They go from F them picks to, man, hopefully Michael Penix sucks. We can get the Rams like in the top 10.
Yeah, if Michael Penix isn't any good, the Rams are in real good shape.
Yeah, especially if that defense isn't significantly improved, which was kind of their goal here. So the pick is in with Detroit. Again, wide receiver would open a lot of possibilities. It is not a wide receiver. It is a defensive tackle. It is Tyleik Williams out of the Ohio State University.
Good God. Thanks for coming, Detroit. That's the worst pick of the first round. That is awful. That is awful. I hate that pick for them.
Well, he is the 67th ranked player on Daniel Jeremiah's board.
Anytime you can draft the 67th ranked player on Daniel Jeremiah's big board at 28, you got to do that. You have got to do that.
So Tyleik Williams it is. And now Washington's on the clock at 29. You're just tuning in. The Texans have traded. And day 2 is setting up to be very nice. My favorite day of the year. Texans Cab just tweeted me and said, Landry's favorite day. It's common knowledge. It is my favorite day. John Cook says, you people hated Justin James too. Relax and let it play out, baby. I dig the move back. Cody, you're the best. Landry, meh.
John, that's not nice.
I don't care.
That's not nice.
Who's he talking to? You people. Who's you people?
Well, people booed J.J. Watt when he got picked. They wanted Nick
No, but
Fury.
who's upset? I feel like there's a lot of excitement about this trade back.
I didn't see too many people in the chat that were just like,
yeah,
sad or grumbling.
Yeah, and that kind of thought that there was a little bit of excitement. Feels like somebody who's on a little bit of an island there, a little straw man from what was it, John Cook? Cook. Jared M. just kidding, dude. Jared M says 2K people in the chat. Those are major numbies. It's draft day, man. Fun time.
Yeah, rather blast. Appreciate everybody coming through. From the people in the comment section to the people that just turn it on and let it roll.
Yeah, the Rams just fleeced the Falcons. Oh, that's why they're pissed. They're pissed that the Rams got that and the Texans got that. That's fair.
Okay, well, the Texans didn't move back to where the Rams moved back.
Yeah.
The Rams moved back to 46.
But the first is still the first with the Falcons. That could be crazy. You know? First Atlanta's first could be crazy.
I understand what you're saying.
Yeah. So that's all they're saying. Jay on the soup says, congrats on 4K subscribers. Love what y'all do. Greatly appreciate the super stream. Greatly appreciate y'all. We started this last year. We're a few months deep. We appreciate you. Thank you very much.
So I'm gonna pull the trade up here, and we can parse through this. Obviously, I understand that a first round pick can end up being very high.
Yeah, especially from Atlanta. Yeah.
The Falcons traded 46 and 242 and a first rounder to the Rams for 26 and 101.
Mm-hmm.
So the Texans, the Rams moved back 20 spots. The Texans moved back 9.
Mm-hmm.
Texans got 2/3 for the move back of 9 spots. The Rams got 242 and a first and had to give up something as well. Again, first rounders, I understand the value of first rounders. I understand the chances that Atlanta falls apart next year. I totally understand that aspect of it. I don't think it's like some massively awful trade.
No, it's not terrible. It's just a first round pick would be cool. That's the only point they're saying. But
Look,
you haven't made any picks this year, so you probably need to pick something. The Texans don't need to be trading for draft picks next year at this point. You got to do something. So
It's
different.
Move back for this season. Okay, I get people's frustration. You don't know you don't know that Atlanta wanted to make that move for the Texans though.
Yeah. So that's the. I don't think it's like a Strong frustration, but yeah.
And they got, they start day 2 basically.
It's the super stream here. Andrew, say it again.
Kirschenbaum.
He says, what do y'all think about Jared Wilson at 34?
Jared Wilson's the center from Georgia. It'd be a little early for him. But 79, 89, 99, I'd be interested in that.
All right. So to summarize everything big that happened today, if we're to kind of reset, the Texans started off with the trade with Cleveland. They added extra day 3 picks. The draft started kind of shaping up. The Jags traded up. They got Travis Hunter. The Colts, they stayed put, and they got Tyler Warren. Cam Ward, we know he went number 1 to the Titans. Would you agree that Cam Ward is kind of the least interesting of those 3 and the least threatening?
Yes.
Yeah, I would too. So they had the number 1 pick in the draft. And it was just kind of like, whatever, get out of the way. They got outshined by the Jags and the Colts. So that happened. Then all the offensive linemen started going, most notably Tyler Booker at 12. The Kelvin Banks drama was put to the side at 9 with the Saints. And then you saw Gray Zabel go off the board, and all the offensive linemen were going. Matthew Golden was kind of someone that fans were crossing their fingers hoping he would go there. Him and Ibuka went before. And then the Texans, they traded back with the Giants, and they added even more day 2 picks. So what's happened today, the Texans have added day 2 picks. They've added day 3 picks. And the division, when it comes to star power, no division in this draft has added more star power than the AFC South. So while the other 3, they add stars, the Texans, they're just hoping that they can repeat day 2 of last year. Day 2, you got Kalen Bullock and you got Kamari Lassiter and Blake Fisher. We don't know about Blake Fisher, but other than that, they've had a pretty good track record of day 2. So that's what just to summarize what's going on.
Josh Connerly to the commies.
Okay, so there you go. Josh Connerly.
The Oregon offensive tackle.
Good, thank you. Didn't want that, so bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Buffalo is up next. How about Buffalo? How about the Texans trade up with Buffalo and get a good player while Buffalo gets a bad player?
Well,
Or
keep
not-
the
or-
tradition alive.
Or a not as good player.
Keep the tradition alive.
Yeah, or I should say not as good player. I do still think Keon Coleman's got a little juice to him.
In the chat, someone asked, the name's already gone. I think it was Dre. Why not draft an offensive lineman? Because they all the offensive linemen that they felt were worthy of being drafted at 25 were gone. So they said they don't draft for need. They didn't feel that they just needed to draft an offensive lineman just because, so they let it go. So that's why.
Full support of this move from me.
Yeah,
support.
I'm a day 2 nerd. So
There's quite literally not one guy that I wanted to pick at 25 when they were on the clock. Not one guy.
no, all the guys that you liked were gone.
I mean, Zabel is gone. Booker been gone for a couple hours.
Did you start kind of feeling though that like Ibuka might be the settle? I wonder how much they like Golden. I don't know that they like Golden enough to take him there.
They might have taken Golden at 25.
Maybe. And I think you could have done a lot worse things than that. So this is Connerly. Hey, don't follow around Tunsil, man. Do your thing.
He doesn't have to worry about getting a text from Laramie.
Nah, Laramie will text him, right?
Do they even need a I mean, they drafted a right tackle who was pretty decent last year.
Yeah, Tunsil might just be a rental, man. He might be renting Tunsil for a couple of years. It's a good rental, honestly.
Good for them.
Good deal. But yeah, we are always team trade back, and that's what the Texans did. Some people, I don't know how you can be upset. Like, who would you have wanted him to take? Like, that's the thing in the chat. There's some people in the chat that are upset. Tell me who you wanted them to take at 25 as opposed to where they're going to draft at 34. So trading back 9 spots, tell me who you were just foaming out the mouth for the Texans to take at 25. And I'm not saying that to pick on you. I just really want to know. So just say put in your comment, take.
in all caps so I know who exactly you're talking about. Dominic in Jersey says, my Giants fans are ripping me because the Rams got a first from Atlanta. Thoughts? I mean, it's that Atlanta pick might be crazy. Like they might suck. I mean, they could very easily be a very bad team, Atlanta. You could be talking about a top 15 first round pick. I think it's valid. I do think the Texans might feel that they're good at drafting day 2, and they don't want to wait to don't want to move picks till next year. They've already added some picks. They've added picks in the Tunsil trade. So they already have extra picks next year. But yeah, that's the first round pick. Yeah, I can't really completely fault that.
I mean, they did not move back as far as LA did, and they got a lot better other compensation, or not a lot better, but they got other compensation in this year's draft. LA also had to give up something.
Trading a first rounder to go get Malachi Starks is crazy, though. Like
they went and traded for James Pierce.
Yeah, trading up to get Pierce. Excuse me, not Starks. Trading up to get Pierce, like he must have been like a top 10 player on their board or something.
I mean, if they're comfortable with the stuff away from the field, then I could understand why they went and did that.
What is Buffalo doing here? Buffalo made the mistake last year of trading with the Chiefs and then taking Coleman, who's okay, but they didn't take McConkey. Tay on the soup says Commanders got Tunsil's replacement just now. The Bully says Burden and Judkins tomorrow.
Buffalo should take a running back.
Matthew Hunt says John S. at 34. More palatable now. Who do y'all want? I want a running back. I want Judkins or Henderson.
I damn sure don't want Josh Simmons. That'd be a waste of the trade back.
Evan says I was mad at first, but I love seeing all those picks. Yeah, tomorrow's going to be a fun time.
What are the Bills going to do here? They should take a running back.
Well, they got the James Cook drama.
Correct.
Yeah, and they have problems on 3rd and short and 4th and short. We did witness that.
Steven Johnson says, Cody, I lost respect for you making light of Shedeur not being picked.
What does that mean? Why?
I don't know. Maybe he could put it on his highlight tape.
What is that? What does that mean, though?
What's
wrong with making Shedeur? We made fun of Will Levis too. Like, what does that mean?
Also, what did I say?
I don't even remember you saying anything about Shedeur. Jackson Dart, don't know. Dion has a lot of meat writers, man. Like, no offense. I'm saying this because your name's not up there. It's like a lion, but Dion has a lot of meat writers, man.
I mean, Shedeur's probably going to go with one of those picks early on in the first round or second round. I mean, which is where he should have been in the first place. If his name was Shedeur Smith, he'd have been a second round pick from the start.
All right, there we go. I like this kid. Buffalo's going corner. Maxwell Harrison out of Kentucky.
Connor Rogers from NBC called this like 2 weeks ago. He's like, they're going to take Maxwell Harrison. All right.
What made him know that?
He talked to somebody. He had talked to somebody. He's like, yeah, I got the hunch they're going to take Maxwell Harrison. Okay.
We have a trade. The Kansas City Chiefs have traded their pick to the Philadelphia Eagles. So the Philadelphia Eagles are doing the hop up a couple spots thing here.
The Eagles maybe have let's see what they pick, but the Eagles maybe have an idea of what initially would come off the board behind them, or what. I mean, KC must not have cared. What are the Eagles doing here?
Wait, so they traded one spot. Okay.
They used the 5th round pick to move up one spot.
Okay.
Well, that's weird.
Man, do not let the Eagles get Campbell, please. Good God.
Don't let the Eagles get Jihad Campbell.
Dude, he is the perfect guy to go to Philadelphia and be the best linebacker of all time. Ray Lewis, move over.
They're
Don't let them get Eamon War either. They just got rid of Gardner Johnson. Don't tell me they're going to get Eamon War, that nasty mofo behind that D line.
Well, they could get Will Johnson, and then they got a super secondary.
Eamon War on Philadelphia, just headhunting fools.
I have to imagine they're going to take Mike Green from Marshall. Edge rusher.
They've gotten to where everything they do, it's like, oh, this guy's going to be the best. Back on the super chat.
You ain't never hate.
Swarm.
Evan says, why did Sanders draft stock drop? Thoughts? I think it's draft stock was always his draft stock. I feel like there was a good counter of what the whole thing was with Sanders. I think this is about where it should be. I think there's a lot of guys in media that just like they like Dion. Suggested Tiger. How would it look if we get Burden and Judkins?
That offense got a little bit more juice to it. That's for damn sure.
Some juice. Yeah, I love Judkins.
Yeah, AK is asking about Campbell. Is Jihad Campbell is what Landry is saying if the Eagles get. I think they should take Mike Green. But
Matthew Hunt says, how far would Josh S have to fall for you, Cody? Yeah, that's a good question. When would you be okay with this? 58?
You're burning a pick. So I'm not okay with it.
All right, so what about 216?
I'll draft him at 216.
What about 179?
Yeah, I would do 179.
What about 99?
No. I could get somebody that can actually walk at 99.
Oh, gosh. Bolton Bourne says Sanders over Stroud. We shall see. We shall see.
Bolton, let me know how that one turns out for you.
Let's see. Man, these like photos inside of like the childhood, those are pretty cool.
Oh, when they're walking through the
it's tight.
The hallway.
No, I'm talking about he had like a full
in his jacket.
Flip. Yeah, it's tight.
Let's see what the Eagles do. They're always so good at this.
I'm telling you right now what they're doing. They're taking a mean motherfucker to put behind their mean motherfuckers on their defensive line. And it's either going to be Campbell or it's going to be Eamon War. And either way, there is going to be, they lost Chauncey Gardner-Johnson and everyone said, oh, he's a dog, man. And I think he is. I'm not like discounting it. But what's going to happen is they're going to get a cheaper dog that's bigger that might even have more upside. That's what the Eagles do. That's what they're going to do. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. They're going to get a mean headhunting mofo on the back end of that defense from the SEC. You know it. I know it. Everyone knows it. Let's be serious. That's what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. Maybe it doesn't even matter it doesn't even really matter who the name is because I just inherently trust Howie Roseman to do whatever Howie Roseman does.
Yeah. You know it. I know it. Everyone knows it. Mr. Clean 465 says, give me Elijah Arroyo. When would that make sense? Look, when you have extra
58.
picks, guys like Arroyo, guys like Blue, guys like that's where you can get cute with like these guys that are high upside guys. They can swing for the fences, man.
Lucid Illusions is not happy. Can we trade CJ now? Not looking forward to him getting demolished behind a trash O-line again. Okay. What if I told you that there wasn't that much separation between these guards and that if you pick guards in the second and third round, they can still be useful players? What if I told you that?
Yeah. What if your defense is awesome? What if your offense is more well coached? Who knows?
And what if Nick Caley, I don't know, knows what to do? Bolton Boone. All jokes aside, this draft was bleh.
He was
round
kidding.
2 and 3.
Just kidding. By the way, Derek is one of those guys, and I think I saw him back in the chat. I think Derek is one of those guys who goes to the draft party and he's a diehard who doesn't give a damn if they trade back.
Agreed.
Yeah, some people are like, oh, I didn't get a pick, man.
Oh, Bolton was joking.
Yeah, he was kidding.
Oh, I missed that part.
He didn't say LOL or anything, but I think he said all joking.
He's
aside.
like, this draft's bleh. I was like, they haven't even started drafting yet.
No, he was joking about CJ. Didn't he say Shador CJ?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel you on that.
Yeah, I slipped Jaden Blue in because that's like that's what you do with like extra picks.
Yeah, if they want to use 179 on Blue, be my guest.
Yeah, day 3. Arroyo tomorrow. Like Arroyo, like that 58-79. Like maybe this is like a Nick Caley. Hey, you want a tight end? Here you go. Figure it out. 58, 79, 89. There's your range. Figure that out. Shout out to Brazil. Andre Z from Brazil.
Let's see. I'm going perfect world. I'm going running back, guard, tight end, wide receiver, guard. Perfect world subject to change. Why'd the Chiefs let the Eagles do this?
Because why not? They're just like, okay, well, we want to trade now. Here we go. The Eagles selection is in. The Eagles select which mean motherfucker are they taking from the SEC? You know it. I know it. Everyone knows it. Go ahead. Everybody knows it. Jahad Campbell is a Philadelphia Eagle and a future Pro Bowler. Okay, congratulations. You get the number 12 overall guy on Daniel Jeremiah's top 150. There you go. So Jahad Campbell, hey, linebackers are good when they have space. Did you see what that D-line did in the Super Bowl? He's there now. Boom. Bye. Good God. Hell of a job by them.
So they've got Jahad Campbell, and they're adding that to a front seven that they re-signed Bond, who was an all-pro last year, so he's their all-pro linebacker. They've got Nolan Smith, Nolan Smith, Jalen Carter. Jalix Hunt made some plays for them down the stretch last year. And that secondary is Quinyon Mitchell, Cooper DeJean, and they like both their safeties, the white guy and Sidney Brown. Woo. Oh, by the way, the offense has maybe the best offensive line in football. They've got one of the best running backs in football. They got one of the best wide receiver duos in football. By the way, the Eagles are kind of like, they're the you can pay everybody team. You can't pay everybody forever, but you can pay everybody for a short amount of time. The Eagles are the pay everybody team. And then you gotta draft well.
Back in Black on the soup says, let's hear it. Who are you picking at 34? Give me 2 of your top names. Great job tonight, guys. Tomorrow's going to be more fun. Oh, my God. I'm so happy. This couldn't have gone more perfect. Tomorrow, by the way, 5:30 S&L at 4. S&L at 4, we set the scene again, and we get you ready. It's going to be a quick turnaround. But you know what? We're up for it. Locker room, by the way, coming up live in about 15 minutes. Mike Meltzer's on standby. I'm still going to do my stream. I might have to go get some of that
high-grade marijuana called Kush on
the
the streets.
But I will be there. But my top 2 names, I want Quinshon Judkins or Travion Henderson. I want a running back. You got the extra pick. I want a running back. And then I want Ratledge to be the if you have to trade up and get Ratledge, get Ratledge. Let's go. Wide receiver, we can wait a little later.
I'd be fine with them just go ahead and taking Ratledge at 34 and then trading up for a running back. Just to make sure you get an offensive lineman and then trade up for one of the running backs. Trey Henderson's my top guy. It's also strange that he hasn't just really dove in and just made everybody call him Trey, because people still call him Travion. I don't know, whatever. Judkins would be fun.
It went by it on the national stage for a long time.
Yeah, but I mean, they said at the combine he's changing his name.
Yeah.
I would draft one of the guards that's available, or a running back.
Hold on just a sec.
So yeah, I'd go running back guard. That'd be mine.
Oh.
Tate Ratledge that high is crazy. Yeah, I mean, okay.
Matthew Hunt says, which O lineman would you pick with the next 5 picks?
Ratledge.
Chiefs pick is in, so we're about to wrap up day 1. Day 2. God, day 2 is going to be sick. Chris V says, would you take Jahad Campbell at 34 if available? Yeah, we should have read that earlier.
Sorry, Chris.
He's an Eagle.
Also, no.
I like Campbell. It's just weird because that seems like 3 linebackery, and they seem committed to the Jalen Petrie thing. Back in black, we already answered that one. So there you go. Boom, boom, boom.
I mean, this is very clearly Josh Simmons here to the Chiefs.
This is what you want, right?
I mean, I don't believe in Josh Simmons. I don't believe that the Kansas City Chiefs are getting a good player. And so long term for a team that you've got to go through in the AFC, if you ever want to get where you want to go, them making this investment if they draft Josh Simmons, that's bad for them. It's good for the Texans. Tomorrow's going to be so much damn fun.
It always is the best.
Yeah, but it got even better. It got even better. And if the Chiefs take Josh Simmons, then that takes away any temptation.
Look at the ticker. I just updated the ticker. Just wait for 31. I got you covered. The fight. We're about to wrap up. Locker room coming up. 10:50. 10:50. Locker room. Mike Meltzer's going to be there. We'll react to everything that went on. If you need to get some rest, get some rest.
Let me do a little while we're waiting on the Chiefs here. Let's do a little bingo check. Guard talk definitely made an appearance. Jaguars went offense. Clear reach pick was Tyleek Williams. Oh, here's the pick.
You crazy. Okay. Look at this.
Yes. No Josh Simmons for the Texans.
There you go. Josh Simmons. How do you feel about Josh Simmons? Is Cody being dramatic?
I know you can talk. Come on.
Is Cody being dramatic?
Just say yes. You know I am.
Say yes. Say yes. Don't say anything. Look at her representing. Look at her representing. She's in a draft spirit. Got the locker room onesie.
Look at that.
The locker room onesie.
I didn't know there was onesie merch.
Say hi. Why are you shy all of a sudden? Who are you?
Say nothing if Josh Simmons is a bad pick. All right, that's what I thought.
Say uh-oh.
Wow, they've had a great draft. They haven't even made a pick yet.
Cause trouble.
And look, I know people they're gonna remember that I didn't like Josh Simmons, and if he turns out to be good, I'll never hear the end of it. That's fine. I'm not gonna run away from this, but he's not gonna be good because he doesn't have a knee.
Okay, the hot take.
Texas speed. Thank you. This is for Cody not having to deal with Josh Simmons in a Texans jersey. That is greatly appreciated.
Why are you so shy?
Chris V. Is Milroe over Sanders crazy to think? Crazy? Probably not. I don't know that a lot of teams would do it. There's got to be somebody that might.
Perhaps.
And William Smith with the super chat went up on that draft strength chart earlier from pre-draft trade. Where does it show us now if it's still active? That may not be currently.
Yeah, you update that. That'll be updated tomorrow. We'll have that for you tomorrow.
Yeah.
4:00, and we'll have plenty of content. I'm about to go live with Melty. Let's talk to
HDAV Traveler. Awesome show tonight, guys. Thank you, HDAV Traveler. Thank you, everybody, for coming in the chat, watching.
Yeah, seriously.
This is obviously the biggest S&L stream we've done, and it could be even bigger and more fun tomorrow.
I think it's going to be bigger tomorrow, and then I think the party's going to be great.
Oh, party Saturday, Karbach Brewing and the Biergarten starting at 11 o'clock. You do not want to miss that.
Josh Simmons jersey is not happening, by the way.
No, this is for Cody not having to deal with a Josh Simmons in a Texans jersey.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, we got that one.
Chris V.
Yep, got that one too.
Yeah, you already got them all. Not Kevin, though. I don't.
Kevin's new, yeah.
Kevin
Great
said-
show tonight. See you tomorrow. Hopefully, we load up on offense early tomorrow.
Oh, we will.
They will.
We will. I'm interested to hear what Melts has to say about this. We appreciate y'all for coming through. Be sure to subscribe, like, right along. This has been fun. I mean, it went by very fast. We've been on for 4 hours. Probably could go on for an hour and a half more here in the locker room. Get a little recharge. And then tomorrow's going to be insane. And Karbach, 11 a.m. Hopefully y'all are there as well.
Yep. Be there or be square, as the losers would used to say.
So to put a bow on it, the star power enters the AFC South. The Texans, they're on standby. They trade back. They got plenty of ammunition the next couple of days. The possibilities are endless, and the fun is just beginning. Subscribe, like, right along. Always remember, when it comes to this Texan stuff, whether they took Simmons or not, we're all in it together.
Eat good, sleep good, be good, draft good on day 2. We'll talk Texans again soon. Thanks for watching, everybody.
Locker Room Live in 3 minutes.